Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning, and welcome to the Historic Preservation Board meeting for Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. Happy New Year, everyone. It looks like we have a light agenda, but nevertheless, we're eager to get started. I'll ask Debbie to get us going here with the first item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Before we get into the business of the day, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Rothstein from the City Attorney's Office. Stephen will read the legal notices and swear in any members of the public wishing to testify today. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the temporary commission chambers located at the Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, rooms 222 through 223, and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform. If you wish to participate today via the Zoom platform, you may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488, or log into the Zoom app and again enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are appearing by phone. Before I swear in those that are testifying here today, I would like to read into the record and remind all of the city's policy regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. If you do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking only on your behalf and not any other party, or if you are testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or an employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. So for those that are testifying here today, if you can, please stand, and I'll administer the oath. Okay, just one. What happened to everyone else? You guys aren't testifying? No? Okay. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding here today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, and for those that are appearing virtually, I will swear you in one at a time. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Debbie.
Thank you, Stephen. The first order of business this morning is the approval of the December 12th minutes. Are there any corrections, or do we have a motion? Okay, and seconded by Mr. Reed. All those in favor? Okay, great, that passes. We have one request for continuance this morning. That is HPB 230595. This is the Lincoln Road Master Plan. Staff has been working with the applicant, and they requested additional time so that they can hold some public meetings and have more outreach efforts to certain neighborhood groups. So staff has no objection to this request for continuance to this February 13th meeting, and are recommending that the board approve the continuance. Before, I don't know if we have any members of the public wishing to comment, Mr. Chair, but we could open the public hearing unless you have any questions for me.
Don't see any questions.
Okay. Any members of the public wishing to speak on the Lincoln Road Master Plan request for continuance? Seeing none? We could have a motion? Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. That'll come back in February. We did have a request this morning to take one item out of order. That's HPB 230600. I don't have any objection to this due to the short agenda today, and this is a relatively simple application.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Neeson Kasdan, Chris Pinellas representing the Amman Hotel. We're requesting to be moved up on the agenda. I've asked Mr. Larkin. He agrees to it. He's the next item, Atlantic Way item that's been continued. So with your indulgence, we would appreciate being able to do that.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move right into this application with HPB 23600. This is 3425 Collins Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the renovation and restoration of the historic Versailles Hotel, along with a new tower addition, and several other improvements to the property. So we outlined the very extensive history of this property in your staff report. This property, has been vacant for a while. It is currently in a state of construction. A previously approved project had received a building permit, so there's some work that has been done on the site, including the stabilization of the Versailles Tower itself. But as part of the more recent approval, the board did agree to the proffers that were offered by the applicant at the time. And those two proffers were the donation of the Apollo mural by Jack Stewart, and the applicant agreed to pay for all of the costs for its relocation, installation, and restoration. The second proffer that the board accepted was a proffer to pay for 9 injection wells at a total estimated cost of $225,000. So since those conditions were agreed upon and included in the order, obviously the Apollo mural we can take first. We know the city has been working extensively for several years with the applicant to try and determine the best location on a city-owned facility. The board last year did approve the installation of this mural on the new fire station on 6th Street. And I think that was very well received, and we're excited to see that installation. The timing, I think, became an issue for the applicant. So the condition requires this to occur prior to the issuance of a full building permit for their new approved project. Staff has been meeting with the applicant for the new approved Versailles project. However, they're not able to obtain a permit until this one issue, along with the other proffer, is resolved. So several departments in the city have been meeting with the applicant. We have come to an agreement. The mural has now been transferred to the city. So we are in possession of the mural now. We have a fully executed signed memorandum of understanding as far as the applicant's contribution for this. So this has all been agreed upon. We think this is a great, a great proffer for the entire city, really, to have this mural. And we believe now with this fully signed memorandum of understanding that this condition can be modified, and we have no objection to that at this point. The second condition, the applicant is asking to have modified. This was for the injection wells within the Collins Waterfront Basin area. The applicant has been meeting with the Public Works Department. There are some issues with the timing on performing that specific work, but the understanding is we've agreed to accept the monetary donation and that the Public Works Department will use that money for other projects as are appropriate at this time. So that is the requested modification for that, because there aren't 9 injection wells that are currently at part of Public Works' plan for that area. So there's other resiliency initiatives that they think would be better suited to use that money for. So that's the summary. I'm here for any questions if you have, but staff is recommending approval.
Just a question on the $225,000 figure. Just kind of in reviewing the materials, I wasn't sure when exactly that figure was agreed upon. So I just wanted to kind of get a little bit of understanding if that was like a pre-inflation, like wacky inflation figure, just to kind of understand if that has been adjusted or what the terms of that agreement look like.
Yeah, so when that was negotiated, and our city attorney's office and staff really looked into the history of this, it was really, the discussion really began during, there was a text amendment for the land development regulations that was reviewed by the city commission and ultimately approved. So those discussions started between the applicant and the city prior to coming to this board. And that was a figure that was agreed upon by the city at the time, but you're correct. I mean,
In
part of-
2016.
I think it was 2020.
2020, I think.
20,
Okay.
20 or 21, but yeah, around 2020. And so you're correct. When we started looking at this again, we realized that that figure would not even come close to covering the costs of these injection wells, which is another reason for the recommended modification. This board did not negotiate those numbers. It's not in the jurisdiction of this board. This board simply accepted the applicant's proffer. And so now that we're looking at, okay, how do we spend this proffer, the 9 injection wells just do not appear to be an appropriate, scope of work for this money.
Questions?
So I wanted to go back to the mural condition that we're talking about eliminating here. So I know that came before us with the anticipation that it was going to be put, can everyone hear me? Sorry, it's really far away. I know that came before us with the condition that was going to be put on the new fire station at 6th and Jefferson, and that is now somewhat in flux yet again. So I know there's a memorandum of understanding that they will pay for the costs. Has that money been put into? You can't? Okay, thank you. Debbie could hear me, so she was shaking her head. So has there been any discussion, or is there a possibility of putting the money in escrow or anything like that, or is that fixed cost at a certain point? I'm just concerned that if this fire station drags out further, where does that go? What do those costs look like? How does that happen? Do they come before us again? I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, and that's a great question, and I think that's what the memorandum of understanding does. It requires the applicant to actually give the city the funding in order for us to do the work. So, basically they're paying and moving on with their project instead of being, almost to a certain extent, held to do the work before they are able to obtain a building permit for the Versailles project.
Thanks. So I think, did I hear you say that Public Works has already engaged in installing the injection wells, or they're?
No.
No?
No, that's not currently part of their plan for the area, which is why they're looking at alternate resiliency initiatives for the money.
Why was this condition made a part of this to begin with?
This was a proffer from the applicant. At the time, I believe they did have discussions with the city's Public Works Department, and the board simply accepted the proffer. But, several years later, I think we're, reexamining whether that monetary donation is really, suited for the specific proffer, which was injection wells.
But why was there a proffer to put in injection wells? What's that connection with this project? Is it totally unrelated, or was there some sort of offset to a water quality concern on this site?
I don't think so, and I think the applicant was in discussions with
Yes.
Public Works at the time this proffer was developed, so I think they're better suited to answer your question.
So as part of an application, there was a proffer, okay, we will give $225,000 estimated to be the cost to install these 9 injection wells for water quality improvement in the Indian Creek drainage basin. That's what it said. But it has, it could have been we're donating money to a cultural project. It was just we're donating money to an environmental project. Has nothing to do with the Versailles site. Is that correct?
Well, right, but the proffer, the specificity of the proffer is why the applicant is back before you today, because
That's why I'm wondering, why was there such a specific proffer here? 9 injection wells, and why was it so
and I think
specific?
the applicant
I'll
was
be happy to
suited
answer.
Yeah,
to
we'll get-
Well,
respond.
right now, we're at the point where we're asking staff, because
Yeah, and I don't know the
maybe
answer
we'll
to
ask
that
the
question.
applicant as well. And where did the $225,000 come with? It said it was estimated
I was not
by
involved
who?
in those negotiations, so I don't have the answer to your question.
Okay. We can make sure to ask it when we have a chance to ask to the applicant, yeah. Ray?
Don't we have one other opportunity other than, preventing them from sticking the shovel in the ground and get going? At the end, we could just not issue them their certificate of use if they haven't done what they're supposed to do. I mean, you have another opportunity, so why would we ever hold them up on sticking the shovel in the ground and get going on their?
Yeah, and I think the negotiations that have happened with the applicant and various departments within the city are actually a much better solution than just holding a CU. The conditions do say we hold the building permit until these are satisfied. But with the memorandum of understanding and the agreement with the city's Public Works Department, they would really have completed and satisfied both of these conditions, right, by agreeing to fund the projects.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll invite the applicant to make their presentation. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Neeson Kasdan and Chris Pinellas of Ackerman, representing the Mon Hotel and Residences. Also with us here today is Mark Witt, who is the manager of development for this project and the projects of OCO in the Miami area, to answer any questions that you may have. As usual, Debbie gave a very thorough and complete explanation of why this matter is before you, so I'm not going to repeat that. I will address a couple of the questions, perhaps, that were raised by the board. First, I would let everyone know that this memorandum of understanding with the city, we have fulfilled our obligations under it and consistent with, of course, the requirements of the order, or the original order. We removed the mural at our cost. We stored the mural at our cost at the Bakehouse. We restored the mural at our cost, and we have paid for the transfer and conveyance with appropriate legal instruments to the city, which is now the owner of the mural. That's cost upwards of, in and of itself, probably $1 million. And we are paying as well for the installation where this board and the city has decided that it is going to go. If the city changes its mind in the future, we can't have our project wait for any more processes to complete the modification to our building permit. So we have discharged faithfully and completely our obligations with respect to the mural, its salvation, its storage, its transportation, and its installation, and giving you the money to install, giving the city the money to install it. With respect to the injection wells, let me also be clear, it had nothing to do with any conditions with respect to the Amman property. The Amman property is taking care of every on-site water flow condition necessary. The city at the time was in the process of looking at what to do for the Indian Creek Basin. As you know, that's an area that is susceptible to flooding. That's why the seawall is being built. The city said, we think we can use some injection wells to relieve some of that, the water accretion in that area. And we agreed, the city said, we estimate that it'd be $225,000, and that was offered as a proffer by the applicant. As we sit here today, the city has no plans for any injection wells specifically. There aren't even any on the drawing boards. So again, this is another condition where we cannot hold up the modification of the building permit to complete our project until such time as the city makes that determination. So we agreed, here's a check for $225,000. And they may not even want to use it for injection wells, we've been told, that there may be other resiliency efforts that they may want to use to fund it. And we're happy to, obviously, to be financially supportive of it. So that is the reason why we're before you here today, so this project can continue to move forward. If you would like as well, and I'm conscious of your time and Mr. Larkin's graciousness in letting us step ahead of his item, we can also give you a brief update on the restoration of the Versailles. Now, those of you who have passed the Versailles, I think, have seen the substantial amount of work that has been done to preserve that building, make it safe, including full concrete remediation inside, outside of the building, including the soil mixing to stabilize the soil, including efforts to preserve the cupola as well. Mr. Witt can address those specifically, but for those of you who have not seen it, the protection efforts and for the historic Versailles Tower are well advanced, and that should give everyone also a great degree of comfort.
I would be interested in that. Would anyone be opposed to hearing an update? If you have one to share, that would be
Okay.
wonderful.
Mark, you want to? We have a little handout. I can take you through some of it. Yeah, you'll distribute it. Okay.
I'm just counting the number of board members because we only have 10 of these, so you may have to share, but it's a pleasure for me to be here today. My name is Mark Witt. I'm here on behalf of OCO Group. I'm the development director for the Amman Miami Beach project, both hotel and residential. I'm here to say on behalf of OCO, we're pleased that it's coming to this agreement's coming to a final agreement in relocating and restoring that mural, because the artist himself, Jack Stewart, was very instrumental to the public art scene that you see in Miami today. So I think it's a piece of history that needs to live on in the community. But what you see, the package showing recent aerials just taken around the holiday time. We've actually, this is a continuation of work that's been going on for over a year. Under the original permit, we started remediating the site, which included removing the existing structures around the historic hotel. One of the biggest efforts was pulling 600 piles out of the ground in multiple structures. in order to, which required then engineered fill to create a site that would be ready for the new structure going in. That took well over a year. You can imagine 600 piles being extracted from the site. So currently what's happening on the site is what is called deep soil mix, and that's essentially injecting a grout mix into the sand at an elevation between 50 and 60 feet. The entire site has to be modified with this in order to excavate the 2 levels that's needed for the project in the future. So while there's a lot of heavy machinery out on the site, it may not look like we're digging a hole yet, but let me tell you, we've moved a lot of dirt on the site right now. It's a matter of using a giant mixer to add concrete to the site. That's required in order to stabilize the condition around the historic hotel. If you're also out there, we're now putting piles in around the hotel shell. The only thing we're keeping are the 3 walls to the hotel, as clearly defined in the HPB package. And the superstructure, an exoskeleton that looks like a steel skyscraper itself, is the next thing that will be installed in the next few months. But first, the soil has to be solidified, then the piles, then the exoskeleton. Then we want to begin piles and excavation starting in March. That's why we're here. We'd like to get this resolved so we can get a permit to do that additional work. That refiling's already in front of the building department. So we'd like to keep this thing moving along. But great effort has been taken to stabilize the existing structure, not only the facade. In those pictures you can see all the patchwork, thousands of repairs to the rebar, and unfortunately just the safety work required just to remove the interior floors. We spent a lot of time and money just creating a safe condition for the workers. So we're, I think one of the greatest achievements was the relocation or the removal of the cupola in the time being. So we're going to restore that on the ground. It will then be placed back onto the new structure at a later time. But things are underway out there. So if you've had a chance to pass by there, you'll see a lot of activity and hear a lot of activity. So any questions?
Thank you so much. It's just like a marvelous effort to save a historic building. What's the targeted completion date for
the end of
project?
26? We anticipate both construction. They both have to happen at the same time.
Okay.
So both the residential and the hotel at the end of 26.
Okay, and is the fire station, what is the status, Debbie? Do you think by that's kind of soon?
They're in for permitting, so I don't think the permit was issued for the fire station, I'm not sure. But I know we've reviewed it. They're also in for permitting of the daycare in Flamingo Park. You will be provided an update next month regarding that, the progress for the daycare as was requested by the board. And so I think I thought they were looking at once the daycare is relocated to Flamingo Park is when the estimated time of construction would be for the Fire Station 1.
Thank you.
So I'm going to further comment on that, and then I actually have a question for Mr. Caston. So the reason I asked that it was in flux is because at last commission meeting, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez asked for 30 days to go look at alternate sites. I mean, it's very far down the process. I agree with Debbie. But that's why I asked about the flux, which brings me to my second question. I have no doubt that you guys have, satisfied in spirit, the order that we put, or the prior board, I guess, put before you. I just wanted to understand with regard to the mural, is it a future obligation to pay, or has there been money set aside that's already been given to the city, or
There's
will
a
be?
current obligation to pay. So not only have we done everything that we've done to date, including delivering a restored mural, bill of sale, et cetera, to the city, but we are paying for a specified amount, quite a large amount, for the installation of the mural. Now, if the city decides to put it somewhere else, they still have that money.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
I have a question. So if, regarding the mural, if that condition of the order has been satisfied, then why does it need to be removed?
Because the condition of the order was saying that this board would approve the location of the mural. Now, the city has agreed, we have agreed, this board has approved that it go there. It still remains in the order, and so therefore it's a condition that's fulfilled and should be removed from the order. Because anyone looking at the order now would say, is the location approved? Well, we need to affirm that the location has been approved, and therefore that condition's been complied with.
Rather than removing the condition from the order, can't we just decide or acknowledge that it's been fulfilled? Is there a difference? I mean,
well, the condition, the way that this was fulfilled, and you're a lawyer and would understand this, the way that the condition was fulfilled is slightly different than it was originally contemplated under the order. And so, let's say we go out for financing, they're going to look at the order, and they're going to want us to have proof that the condition was fulfilled. The condition was fulfilled by virtue of our agreement with the city and undertaking all the tasks we did, paying it. So, yes, that's why the condition needs to be removed, Mr. Reed. So there's no confusion that portion of the order, no one has to search back and look and see if it's been fulfilled when, in fact, it's no longer really the appropriate condition.
And the same would hold true for the other conditions as well.
Correct, Mr. Stewart.
Is it common practice to remove orders or acknowledge that they've been complied with?
The board has removed conditions in the past. You know, when, especially considering we have this signed agreement, which is just as strong, if not stronger, than a condition in the order. You know, staff does not see any issues with that. It does simplify things also during permit review. That condition does not have to be something that's examined because it has been fully satisfied. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was only going to say that I just think that having watched this process from almost the beginning, I remember, I just think when I read this, it just seemed to make a lot of sense when you understand, and I think you explained it really well, Mr. Kessin, that it was just the way in which things over time have changed, but you fulfilled the spirit, I think Lindsay put it well, the spirit of this, and in fact, with a serious financial commitment on the mural at least. So, yeah, it seemed like a fairly, and if the staff was satisfied with this, because that's really who we're protecting is the city here, so it seemed to make sense.
Okay, I think that does it for board questions, so thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
the
Thank you.
presentation.
Mr. Chair, just before we get into any motions, have there been any ex-parte communications that need to be disclosed at this time? No. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we can open it up to any members of the public wishing to comment on this application. Any on Zoom? Seeing none, Mr. Chair?
Would there be any board members who'd like to comment on this application? Stuart?
sure. Well, we didn't have anybody speak against it, and the staff is in support of it. And regarding the condition for the injection wells, it seems pretty specific in that there was a purpose for it, but if the city is not in a position to implement it and is satisfied that proffer and condition is still met with earmarking that money for related projects, I'm satisfied. Nobody's spoke against it. And regarding whether or not that condition of the order was fulfilled or whether the condition should be removed, I mean, I think it was fulfilled if there is a specific location that said it already is. Doesn't mean that the location can't change in the future, but it was already a specific location was decided where it'll be installed. I think it doesn't make a difference if it's removed or if it's satisfied. So I think that I would support, approving the application.
Thank you, Stuart. Any other board comments? I would just take the opportunity to thank the applicant for the update. I also remember getting a different kind of update not so long ago about what was going to happen with this building sitting empty year after year. And it's great to see that not only this extraordinary commitment was made to restore the building in such a rigorous fashion, but that it's actually taking place. I say extraordinary because it is by no means an ordinary restoration. I mean, removing all of the internal structure, reinforcing the exterior walls the way that you are, having to reinforce the soil around it beforehand is just a major undertaking. And just wanted to express our gratitude to the team for following through. And it's an interesting story in the development of the city, I think, because this project is one of a handful that has this kind of major restoration alongside a new residential development component. And I think it's an interesting story in the preservation of the city's architectural heritage. So really happy to see it and wish you well in the next 2 years, which will be probably very intense, very rigorous as you get into moving forward. And with that, would anybody care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve as per staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Reed? Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Stewart? Yes. Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Thank you all very much, especially you veterans of the approval process for this project who've seen it since the beginning.
The next application is HPB 23-0572, 7801 Atlantic Way. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of the existing single-family home and the construction of a new single-family home. This application was heard at the November 14th meeting and continued to today's hearing. At the last meeting, the board gave feedback regarding the design as well as requested additional information relative to the coastal construction control line and the wave crest requirements. Subsequently, the applicant met with staff on several occasions to explore creative solutions to honor the existing home and has submitted revised plans which include the following modifications. The material and finished palette has been further developed from the previously proposed board form concrete and dark bronze aluminum cladding to the currently proposed natural limestone and white aluminum cladding. The design of the main stair has been refined in a manner that recalls the octagonal stair tower of the existing home. The proposed gate and screening design has been developed to strongly reference the stacked brick railings at the rear of the existing home. The rear elevation has been refined in a manner that recalls the original asymmetrical rear facade design. The garage door has been reoriented to the south, consistent with the configuration of the existing home. Additionally, staff has provided a thorough history of the development and designation of Altos Del Mar in detail in the staff report, as well as the CCCL regulations, which require the first habitable floor to be located at 18.2 feet NGVD. Staff remains supportive of the proposed project and believes that the modifications presented are consistent with direction given by the board. Further, the proposed home design maintains the character of this unique oceanfront single-family home neighborhood and is consistent with the Altos Del Mar design guidelines and the extreme requirements of the CCCL regulations. And staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Jake. If the board has any questions for staff, we're happy to answer. If not, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Any questions for staff?
I do have a question.
Okay, Brian?
I just kind of, in looking at this new proposal, I wanted us to just step back for a second and kind of like maybe use this as a learning opportunity, because I think I've been in this position in a few times, like before this board, where, you know, we're always kind of, you know, we're being told by one group, okay, you know, you can't do this, you know, no changes. And then you have an applicant that says, okay, we want all of these changes being done. And so now I'm looking at, can you guys hear me? This, yeah. And now I'm looking at a proposal and I'm trying to, you know, kind of assess the merits of this proposal and kind of understand like this third way perhaps. And so I'm just curious from your point of view, because I know we're not trying to rebuild Disneyland, I understand, but there are some very key details here that do reminisce and reflect upon the previous property. And so maybe if you could just give us a little bit of a, you know, kind of a sense of like how this process evolved and how the applicant came to include these additions, both in terms of the original structure itself, as well as the Altos de Mar design guidelines as well. I think it would help us so that we can understand in making other decisions like ways to make recommendations to clients and applicants to perhaps kind of forge, you know, a middle way. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important point in question. So with this particular property, you know, we did have extensive meetings with the applicant after the last hearing. We made some suggestions. They showed us multiple iterations. I think, you know, when we looked at that and when we heard the comments of the board, when we started looking at the design of the home and ways to have stronger references, which was one of the directions of the board with the stair was so important, that kept coming up. And it's a very integral character defining feature of the existing home. You know, we met, I don't know how many times, and went back and forth in terms of not just the memory of the stair, but how does the massing and the scale of the placement of the stair. So with the, you know, in relationship to the roof lines was very important because we saw, you know, and earlier on, we saw some schemes that it was a very awkward integration of something that was trying to be the original stair but wasn't melting into the contemporary construction as appropriately. So it's really trying to balance retaining some of that original character. And from my perspective, it's not just an element, like you glue an element on to a new building. It's how does the massing and, you know, location, detailing relate to the general feeling. Like the scale really influences how you feel when you walk by a house, whether it's a human scale or whether it's a monolith. And so we really worked with the architect to break down the historic design features into, you know, smaller pieces so that they could translate that into their new design. And so we worked really closely on those details. Like if you'll notice in the historic existing home, the stair, while very prominent, is actually lower than the main roof line. Like if you didn't see the home and someone was just talking about the stair, you would think it was a tower, right? That it rose above the main roof line. But when you really start looking at it, it's actually set slightly lower. And so those types of details, I think, are critical in creating an appropriately designed new building. That, obviously this building has a different elevation. And so just taking, the historic stair and reconstructing it exactly the way it was is not going to have the same relationship and the same character or feeling when you walk by, because it's going to seem very awkward. This was a very challenging exercise. I want to thank the architect for really looking at this. Also, it's not just the stair. We look at the rear portion of the architecture and the detailing there and how that scale and character is carried over. So, things like that, the proportion of, the masonry to glass openings, that ratio is important as well. And no, it's not a reconstruction. It's not mimicking exactly what was there, but we think this is a very successful way to honor the character of the existing architecture.
And what would you call that kind of a classification so that we have that kind of language that we can use in future meetings?
Yeah, I think this is a contemporary new home that does very strongly contain references to the character of the existing home. So it's really inspired by or, made reinterpretation, I think, may be a little too not strong enough. I mean, this is a new home. It has reinterpreted some of the historic elements in its building. I think what's very important here is the scale has also been designed to have a similar character. It's a larger scale building. It has to be by virtue of the current building code requirements. But the way it's been broken down and the reinterpreted historic features that integrate in a contemporary composition, I think is really well done in this instance.
I completely agree with you. Maybe I could get this closer, but yeah, no, I agree with that analysis. And I was also going to ask a kind of maybe a pedagogical question. Maybe you can help us here, because this is it's an unusual example for us to have on the board. And I was looking through this again and seeing that all these conditions were satisfied. And I was wondering if you can go through and just explain for all of us kind of what the certificate of appropriateness for demolition evaluation criteria means, because you see all the everything's satisfied, but I'm wondering kind of, I think I'm thinking about it in a weird way, but I think you can probably, with your brilliance with language, help us to kind of understand this a little better. Like, does satisfied mean that the criteria is satisfied to demolish it, or not? I guess I didn't understand the whole thing.
And it's a very good question. It's a very difficult question to answer, because it's somewhat counterintuitive the way the criteria, and these are the legal criteria, are written. So, for example, is the building a contributing building? That is satisfied.
Right. Okay.
However, it's when it is, if it was not satisfied, that means it's not a contributing building.
So
You're right. So the responses to this are different from the responses to the design criteria in 1 and 2. In this case, Altos Del Mar is obviously an extremely unique historic district. We are dealing with a significant contributing building in this instance. The reason why we have the historic design guidelines for the Altos Del Mar Historic District is because at the time of designation, and certainly several years later when the design guidelines were developed, we did realize that many of these homes would not survive, which is why we have these very prescriptive guidelines. So the way in which we respond to the criteria is how they're written legally, but it doesn't necessarily, indicate that, demolition is, right, that's
yeah.
more in the analysis in our, and then the review criteria, which include the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation of historic buildings. So,
I understand that the coastal construction control line is, a primary actor in this kind of consideration. But I
And
was just
when-
thinking about that, and I totally understand that this building would, is situated where it is, that it's very vulnerable, and that's the kind of basis for your recommendations. But if any of these had not been satisfied under the certificate of appropriateness for demolition evaluation criteria, it wouldn't, I'm kind of asking a more pedagogical question rather than this particular, but because they're all satisfied, that means that this is, if it weren't where it's situated, if it weren't as vulnerable as it is, that it would be something that that it being satisfied would mean it would not be demolished. Is that correct?
It's hard because we have to evaluate every project.
Every other thing,
Typically,
yes.
when we receive a request for total demolition of a contributing building, it is not something that is taken lightly. It is something that is
Right.
evaluated extremely carefully and in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards and our other criteria that
Right.
we look at.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, when we go back through the very complex, lengthy history of the Altos Del Mar Historic District, it is our understanding that the district was designated to preserve the oceanfront single-family zoning and character of this. Not only the use, but also long, narrow lots, which is one of the reasons why in Altos Del Mar you cannot aggregate multiple lots. You can aggregate a maximum of 2 lots. Under very strict conditions can 2 lots be aggregated. So, that all becomes part of our analysis and how we make recommendations.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. In this case, we'll welcome our applicant. Good morning, Mr. Larkin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Stephanie Halfin, our architect, Juan Ramon Pacheco's via Zoom, our landscape architect, our preservation consultant, Stephen Abdikoff, our structural engineer, Ali Oscar Ganem, our coastal compliance permitting consultant, Christy Brush, and my colleague, Emily Balter. We are, of course, appreciative of the board's feedback. Brian started out the hearing by alluding to that, and I call it the HPB effect. Sometimes it's more subtle when you all have your say over the design. Sometimes it's more pronounced. Here, it's much more pronounced in that, based upon your guidance, we were able to look at the design, look at the existing home, and incorporate, I think, several of the most notable features of the existing home through a reinterpretation into the new home. So we thank you all for your guidance with regard to that issue. What I'd like to do is have Christy Brush go first as our coastal permitting consultant, discuss what John just mentioned about the CCL line, and then our structural engineer to further clarify the reasons why the house cannot be raised up to the wave crest line. And then finally, our architects will walk you all through the plan. And just to touch upon what John had just mentioned to you all about the demolition, if you look in the Flamingo Park District, this board actually has no power over demolition, over historic buildings. That was taken away from you all. In the Altos Del Mar District, I think there was recognition, as Debbie pointed out, about the fragility of the proximity to the dune, to the hurricane, to the flood surge, and that's why you all still have that power over demolition in this particular neighborhood, whereas just 5 miles to the south, it was taken from you. You don't have any jurisdiction over the demolition of any building within the Flamingo Park neighborhood. And finally, a neighbor had pointed out to Debbie she was concerned about loss of access to the beach because there's a street end that runs along our south property line. She was worried that during construction we would block it. I can voluntarily proffer a condition that no, we will never block that street end and access to the beach during the entirety of our construction period. So with that, I would like to invite up Christy Brush to start our presentation.
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be before you again. So picking up on a topic that we started discussing in the last meeting, just sort of hitting on a few highlights. So again, just a reminder that the Coastal Construction Control Line is established by the state of Florida, by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection on a countywide basis. This line was mapped landward of this particular property, meaning that the entire property is seaward of the Coastal Construction Control Line. The DEP uses engineering models to locate that line, and it's based on the predicted landward extent of erosion and or a 3-foot high wave, so a significantly powerful wave, during the design 100-year storm event. So that means that the entirety of this property is subject to those wave forces and subject to that erosion. The key design principles that were established by the DEP based on this vulnerability are that for habitable major structures, so structures that people live in or spend significant time in, also including hotels, for example, must have a pile-supported foundation to anchor that structure during the storm event, to have breakaway walls to release pressure of the waves, to have columns or pilings that support an elevated lowest habitable floor so that anywhere that someone's living is above that 100-year storm elevation in case they get trapped in that building, et cetera, they would be safe, hopefully, from the impacts of the storm. So next slide. There were some questions last meeting about the standard or threshold for improvement of a structure for having to meet that criteria. Before 2002, the FDEP still had jurisdiction to review the structural standards under the Coastal Construction Control Line regulations, and they did have in that code an exception for historical structures, provided that even a substantial improvement to that structure didn't preclude its continued designation as a historical or contributing structure. To my knowledge, and based on talking to DEP, there's no record of any single-family residential structure taking advantage of that exception just because of the life safety concern in residents as compared to a commercial building. And then in 2002, when the Florida Building Code went into effect, the structural criteria for structures, habitable structures, seaward of the Coastal Construction Control Line, went into Section 3109 of the Florida Building Code, which is where it is today. So those structural criteria are now implemented by, in this case, the city, local jurisdictions. And again, we are not aware of any single-family residential structure using that exception, again, just because of the life safety concerns.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Ali Oscar Ganem from Ganem Consulting Engineering. I'm the structural engineer in charge of the evaluation of the feasibility to raise up the building. Just trying to get a recap that we talked the last time. The idea to raise up the building to reach the wave crest elevation will imply several implements around the building that probably is going to create a major problem that is not contemplated in this moment. First of all, demolish and rebuild. We need to demolish and rebuild the foundation system for a new load from the wave crest. We recommend, for this case, use pad with piles instead of the existing distributed spread foundation. This job, based on the natural, will create a major vibration which will create cracks on the existing building. This is just because, remember, the building has not been created with the standard that we use now for the walls or even the concrete. Please, next. Demolish walls and change support system to beams and column framings and reinforce. That will require a demolition of the entire part of the first floor. What's gonna happen at the end, everything is gonna be gone, and you're gonna lose most of the entire historical value in that area. So nothing's gonna be in there. Third, demolish all framing of second level and rebuild at necessary elevation. This is not impossible to create. This is something that we can do, but it will require to eliminate a big area of the existing building on the second area. But also it will require a major equipment mobilization for shoring and reshoring of the existing building. What's happening in that condition when you do a new shoring, you need to change somehow the structural behavior of the building, and that's gonna create another cracks that we cannot anticipate. Also, demolish and rebuild the roof and reinforce for a new framing. That's a similar situation that we saw on the third item, that basically is something that is gonna happen, we can do it, but it's gonna have at the end a major implication of the nature of the vibration and the cracks of the building. And finally, the reconfiguration of the plumbing and electrical above, it requires elevation to prevent water intrusion, which means in this case that everything that we have on the building for the MEP is gonna be brand new, and nothing that we have there, it can be safe. As you see there as a practical graph recommendation, we see what's gonna imply the implementation of the breakaway walls. What's gonna happen is that at the end, only the columns and framing that we have on the first floor is the one that has to remain, and everything has to be gone. And this is something that definitely in this case we don't have it. Lifting the house is structurally unfeasible due to the potential of disruption to the existing structural system, risking and the compromised integrity and stability of the house. Please, did you have any question?
Thank you. I think that you have another part of the presentation. I think we should add maybe another 5 minutes to their clock.
Yes.
Would that be sufficient?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yes, right now, we're going to have a tag team approach
Okay.
with our preservation consultant.
Okay.
They worked really well together. I think 5 minutes should do
Great.
it.
And we'll reserve a time for the board to ask questions of any part of the presentation after you're done.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the staff, and of course, our distinguished board members. It's a pleasure to speak before you again today. I'm Stephen Abdikov, founder and principal of Heritage Architectural Associates. We're the historic preservation architects for the project.
Hi, how are you? Stephanie Halfen from SDH Studio. Thank you again for having us, and thank you for your comment, Mr. Ehrlich. It's just a quick anecdote is that we ended up the meeting, immediately Stephen App went to the house and had a whole history class.
And so we'll share that process with you. I think the questions came up with how do we take and do what we have to do? Because given the aforementioned information here, I think the real challenge now going forward here is to really maintain the single-family oceanfront character of this unique neighborhood, its scale, its lot configuration. But we need to do it in a way that references and interprets those key architectural features of the existing structure and interpret them in a way so that the DNA is embodied into that structure, but interpreted in a contemporary language. And that's what we attempted to do. So we literally did, we heard your commentary last time, and we immediately left, traveled to the site, and walked around. And really what we did was what I call, as a preservationist, a historic architectural character analysis. And we walked around the building, and we defined what we consider to be historic contributing features of that structure. So I'd like to present those features, and then Stephanie will present how she interpreted them. But we worked very collaboratively in that process. So I think the first item that we look at overall is this architectural form and massing here. And we can see that, as was noted by Debbie earlier today, really the components of this building are additive. They're really attached and project from a main mass. You can see the gable end southern wing that projects. The octagonal stair tower also projects from that. So you have a series of masses that contribute to the form of the building.
In basically taking advantage of the design guidelines, we referenced all these elements in the new design by creating a similar situation in which the different volumes were added to the main mass. You can see here that we have the octagonal stair tower, we have the bridge, and we have the second, the two-story structure from the front elevation of the house. Those are all additive.
Next, please. One of the key features also, in addition to its massing, is its composition, and it's really asymmetrical. You'll note here in the imagery on the left, the octagonal stair tower. It's a feature, it's a very prominent, one of the most prominent features of the building, but its placement is off to the side. So it's really asymmetrical. We see that on the front and the primary and secondary facades of the building.
In the same way, for the new design, we addressed it in the same way. So you have the octagonal tower placed asymmetrical in the design and in a visible area where people can see it and enjoy it as well as they walk by it.
Next, please. Continuing on to the oceanfront facade, you can see once again the additive character of the porch. It's asymmetrically placed. And here we also have some distinctive architectural features that come into play beyond the composition. And it's really that brick perforated railing at the top of the porch there.
This architectural feature, the perforated masonry, we thought it was great, and it was something that is truly noticeable. So we tried to, again, we referenced that, we interpreted it in a way that we did. We placed it in the gate of the house, and we also placed it in the bridge, so that way it becomes extremely prominent and visual for the passers.
Next, please. Once again, we look at the architectural design of the rear porch there. It's additive again, we mentioned, it's asymmetrical. And we've noticed how it's solid on the ends and lighter across the railing system at the top there. So that was interpreted.
In the same way, especially in the rear facade, you can see that reinterpretation of the portico, and it's a very, we believe it's something that is extremely noticeable and from the existing house, and we wanted to work with it so you can see the piers that are very vertical and then the horizontality of the railing.
Next, please. One of the features that's notable about the building is its horizontality. The horizontal emphasis is provided by continuous bands located around all the facades of the building. You can see even on the tower, horizontal banding interrupts the verticality of it, and there are also horizontal lines around the other facades.
Horizontal banding was something that we truly try to capture throughout, so that way you can really see it, again, as referenced from the existing house. You can see it in the rear facade, how we dealt with the portico. You can see it with the horizontal banding of the bridge as well, how it connects to the new element of the front elevation of the house. So you can see that in the same thing as in the octagonal tower, how that beams go around and reflect that horizontal banding.
Next, please. I think this is one of the, if we can have some more time as we continue our analysis, a few minutes. I think this is really important to show how we came to this composition. So anyway, I think there's a strong interplay between the horizontality and the verticality that you really see on that tower. As I mentioned, you have the horizontal banding, but I think it's really emphasized, the horizontality is emphasized by the lower height of that tower. It doesn't project above the eave line, but in fact is nestled below that.
Correct. This is something that Debbie mentioned as well, and we worked with it. So you can see in the new design as well, the octagonal tower is lower than the three-story massing of the building.
Next, please. Another feature that we note is significant is the architectural fenestration here. They're individually punched, vertically proportioned windows that puncture the solidity of the masonry stucco facade of the Mediterranean Revival building.
So they were placed as well in the new design. You can see them in the front elevation, and you can see them in the side elevations. Those vertically punctured, how they punctured the solid massing. It's a really nice architectural feature, and it's very prominent in the existing house. So we, again, referenced that in the new design.
Next. And then finally, in terms of our referential treatment, we maintain the orientation of the forms of the building, including the garage, which which historically does not face Atlantic Way, and we return that configuration facing south.
This was changed as well. The garage is now facing south, same way as the existing house.
So that concludes my analysis, but Stephanie has a lot more to present comprehensively in terms of the forms.
Again, these are just showing the renderings of the new design. One thing that we also captured, Debbie also mentioned it, was the color palette was completely changed into natural tones, limestone, and this was very important. Next slide, please, Emily. Here you can see how, again, all of these elements come together. You can see the corner view. Next slide. Side elevation, again, specifically in this elevation, this two elements that are super significant, the octagonal tower, the reference to that punctured masonry element, that it became such a nice architectural design feature in this house as well. Next slide. A more detailed view to the entry and to the octagonal tower. Next slide. Here you can see the rear facade and the offset portico and everything, how it references to the design. And in the next slide, what we did just as reference was basically the comparison between the design that we presented in November and the design that we're presenting right now. So you can see the difference in everything that we just mentioned. I won't go over it again, but again, color palette, the different configurations, all the changes that we did throughout the whole building and the full facades. And there you can see all of the different elements. And this is basically the site plan as well, where it shows how we modified the entry specifically to the garage towards the south and how these changes were incorporated.
Thank you. I'd ultimately be happy to answer any questions about the design. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you all very much. You can stay there. I'm sure you'll have questions for you all. But here are the four proffers that we'd like to have integrated into the order. First one is historic plaque. I think Debbie already picked up on that, and that's in the order. The second is the careful removal and storage of all the listed materials in our salvage plan. The Altos Del Mar HOA wanted the pavers, happy to grant them the pavers, and then the as-built architectural drawings to the Historic American Building Survey collection maintained by the Library of Congress. So with that, our presentation is done. Thank you for the additional time, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate it, and we're available for your questions.
Thank you so much for coming back with this revised design and thoughtful presentation. Do any board members have questions for the applicant?
Can you just describe the removal and storage on the previous slide? I didn't quite capture what you guys were saying there.
Sure. I think, Steve, did you do that?
Sure, yeah.
Steve did the actual salvage plan, so he's the best to talk about it.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. We put together an architectural salvage plan, which properly was referenced upon NPS, National Park Service standards on how to salvage. It includes the initial documentation of everything, photographic documentation and recordation of all the components, showing their existing conditions before. And then there are several features that we've gone through and identified several features on the exterior. We've got tile pavers. You know, there's a wood gate at the exterior perimeter, some doors, the ornamental art glass windows from the octagonal stair tower, and some of the block and trim on the exterior. Similarly, the interior has some features, some doors, flooring, tiles, hardware, hand railings of the stair tower. So they're going to be removed by hand labor and maintained and documented with a log, almost like an archaeological dig or something like that, and then photographed upon removal and turned over and stored in a secure location for reuse, ultimately to be determined. So it'll be a thoughtful undertaking involving recordation and documentation of every piece. And we think there are some material in there that would be of use, allowing it to live on as the DNA lives on in the design.
Great. Thank you, Steve. And then there was a request by John back in July of last year to try to recycle as much as possible. And we put together a plan that 96% of the items here will be recycled.
Yeah, I have a question. So I think I know we heard that the existing structure cannot be raised, and I vaguely recall at the last hearing we had more details about why it can't be raised, but I think it's important maybe to let us know again why the existing building can't be raised.
Sure, I'll let our engineer come back up here and do it, but in order to raise it these 5 feet, you have to do a new foundation, new ground floor walls, new walls of the second story, and then a new roof. So those are the basic elements of a home. So if all that is new, then you basically have a brand new home. So none of the existing home can be raised, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Ali ask
Just you know, you see so many examples of where buildings are raised and moved to different locations. What makes this different than other houses that are lifted and moved?
Remember that in not all the cases that you refer that you need to raise or replace the location of the building, the house that you described probably doesn't have the structural component that this building has. Sometimes what's happening is you need to create a major reinforcement and then do the relocation, or probably a major reinforcement and then raised. What's happening in that moment is all the facade, all the structural element has to be replaced. So at the end, what's happening with the house is not going to be exactly the same that you get before. That's the major problem that I see in this moment. Also, that you need to consider at the moment that we raised, based on the inspection that we did on the first phase of the house, you have a lot of problem in the concrete. What we found on the first inspection is that the concrete doesn't have even 3,000 PSI, which is the minimum that you should have for any building in the South Florida. You don't have it. So what's happening when you raise? Probably you're going to have a major cracks, or you're going to have in the future some implication that has been described on the original calculations.
Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant and the designer. Would you say that you like this design better than the first design?
That's a very good question. Actually, I do. And it was a very, very, that's why I really appreciate your first question to Debbie, because this was, I swear we couldn't have done it without Debbie and Jake, because they were extremely, extremely helpful. Steve is an encyclopedia of knowledge in regards to everything historical. So when we finished our meeting, and I'll be very honest with you, in the first design, I thought I had done a good job in referencing, and I learned later on that I didn't do such a great job in the first one, referencing historical elements of the house. So when we finished the meeting, we went to the house and we really spent a couple of hours walking around and dissecting the house and understanding it. And I think it gives this new design such a strength to it that it really is beautiful, and it really feels like it's born from the side. So I do like it much better. I do.
And I think Stephanie was great to work with on this. She was very open after our initial discussion on site, and I think ran with it and did so in an effective contemporary way of interpreting.
And by the way, to your point, Mr. Ehrlich, not every client or developer is willing to do so many, which is another thing, which is not necessarily easy for Debbie, because we basically are, the team all went through it and say, okay, let's do this, exactly what they're asking, let's do it. But some people really do a pushback. This wasn't the case of our team. We worked endlessly for a week, nonstop, my full team, to redesign the whole house. We had to literally redesign it. So I think it was a great work effort in general. And I appreciate the board's comments, truthfully.
Yeah, I have a question. So these concrete tests show that, how were these tests provided to the city? Did anybody in the city review it? And what were the city's requirements as far as substantiating that the concrete couldn't support raising the house? Maybe it's a question for staff.
So the applicant, I think, has submitted 2 separate structural reports.
Exactly.
With the information. That is not, it's signed by a licensed engineer in the state of Florida. It's not something that we're in the capacity to question. I'm not a licensed structural engineer.
So what happens with these tests, just so, and I think you all know this because you're in the construction industry, you take core samples, you drill them out, you send them to a lab. The lab tests for the compressive strength of the concrete. And there are certain standards in the Florida Building Code that you can't fall below. But these samples do fall below that standard. That's why the engineer is so scared about any try to tampering or trying to push the building up because it's so fragile.
I might just add to that, being so close to the ocean and the salt and the moisture, I think only compounds potential problems, any cracks that would further destabilize the structure. So it's not entirely surprising to hear that. My minor question was related to the site plan, A101, which shows the orientation of the garage to the south, but it's different than the site plan you presented.
Yes, and actually, you're right. I'm sorry. In the package, we didn't revise the site plan. In the presentation, it is revised. So I'm sorry about that. I know we noticed that when we, after that, and then now it's revised. The garage was revised, but the driveway was not revised. So we missed that paving in that.
I assumed it was something minor, but just want
It is.
to assure everybody here that this is the correct one and that
Correct.
it will
I mean,
be
it
replaced.
shows, the one that submitted, it shows the garage in the correct location and everything. It's just that the driveway, the entrance, was not marked. We didn't change that line in the driveway.
So
Sorry
the
about that.
slide as depicted here can be what we call sometimes Exhibit A that can be attached to the order, and this will prevail over the drawings that you all have in your packets.
Thank you for noticing that.
Okay. One last question, Ray?
Well, simply the question, I'd like to thank you for taking our comments to heart and coming back and presenting really exactly what we asked you to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I think we can move on to disclosures and public comment.
Yes, so, Mr. Chair and members of the board, have there been any ex parte communications with any of the board members that should be disclosed at this time? No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have on Zoom Ashley Moline. Good morning, Ashley. Okay, Ashley, if you can unmute yourself, and you're going to need to be sworn in.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Moline. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board. You can proceed, Ms. Moline.
Okay, hi. I just became aware of today's meeting yesterday afternoon. For some reason, we didn't receive a mail notice. However, I called the City Hall clerk and was able to send an email to the planning audiovisual with a PDF PowerPoint as quickly as I possibly could, with photos of the sidewalk outside and 78th Street. I didn't see clear photos of the sidewalk or the beach walk in their presentation, and I would like the chance to present that. We're still concerned about all the noise and workers and where they're going to park their vehicles on 78th Street while this work is happening. I think they said the time frame is 5 years. We've been putting up with this for 15 years. And seeing where their driveway is positioned now, facing south, it looks like it's positioned further west. And I'm not sure if this is eliminating the public sidewalk. I'm not sure if my photos made it into today's meeting, but I would like a chance to present these photos if possible. Thank you.
We're checking now to see if those are available, Ashley. We have them? No, they're checking. Okay, they're checking. Audiovisual's checking them now.
Okay, should
Thank you.
we move on and come back when they find it? We
Yeah,
certainly
we
would
have,
like to give
Ashley,
you the
stay
opportunity.
on the line in case we're able to pull those up. But we do have another member of the public wishing to speak. Bonita Bona?
It's her mother.
Okay. So any other members of the public wishing to comment?
This is Benita Bona. I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry.
Yes, Ms. Bona, before you address the board, I need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the
Thank-
testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God, yes.
Okay, and thank you, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Thank you. Good morning. I wasn't going to speak today, but I've been living here, own my home, Chilton, 40 years now, right exactly across the street. And my mom's house at 7837 Atlantic Way, she's owned this home probably close to 70 years. Where I thought the Historic Preservation Board would be interested to know that next year, 2025, it's 100 years old. And it has a lot of historic, amazing stories. And somehow I think the city should recognize that milestone of 100 years and what that house, I'm actually here right now, has meant, like, since the get-go. And I am not looking forward to I have no problem with people wanting to do, what they're doing all along as investments to knock them all down and build newer homes, what everybody wants. But it's sad. And I know that I'm gonna probably suffer some structural damage to my home. And it's just a lot of no peace of living here anymore. Even now with the house on 79th and Atlantic Way, there are trucks blocking all day. It's very hard to get in and out of our neighborhood. The noise is so rattling. It starts at 7 sometimes in the morning, and it gets dark early, or it goes till after that. And it's just hard. You can't only fight these things so much. And I'm not trying to fight anyone. I just wish there was more peace here and appreciation of the historic value of what these few remaining homes mean to people that appreciate historic things. So there's really nothing else to say. I just thank you for your time. And take care, and you could always reach out to us if you have any suggestions, okay? I know everybody tries to do what's right, but just if you were in my place for so long here, you would see it's not been easy, when you can't even bring your groceries in your door, and I'm disabled, and it just makes it hard, and worried about all that again, because I'm just getting older like everybody else. Anyways, I thank you for your time. Take good care, and I thank my daughter for taking note of these meetings and stuff. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have some responses to Bonita and her daughter, Ashley, if you want, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Well, I think we're still trying to get her daughter's presentation up, so sure, Mr. Larkin.
So first of all, 100 years old, well, she should be very proud. My home next year is going to be 100 years old too, and I'm very proud of it and the steps I've taken to restore it. So I think that's wonderful. The current driveway and the proposed driveway are located at just about the same location, within a couple of feet. So the orientation is the same. The sidewalk will remain. It's going to curve a little bit, but it'll be flush with our property line. Then it'll curve down to meet the street end, as it always has. Yes, I know that parking for construction workers could be terrible for a neighborhood, but we will observe city standards. They will park somewhere else and be shuttled into the property. We can proffer that as a condition. And our client did reach out and speak to Bonita more than a few months ago. They had a very good conversation. Bonita, even back then, expressed her concerns about construction management. But these are top-notch clients with regard to that issue. They're experienced, and they will handle that. I think that's all of the issues I can address.
She has our personal contacts as well, if anything, and she needs anything. I
Correct.
spoke to her about that.
I think yours is also a unique situation where you're both the architect, the developer, and future homeowner or resident.
Correct.
So I think it only makes sense that you do the neighborly thing to be in touch and be mindful of the neighborhood's issues.
100%.
So I don't know if she's still listening, but I think everyone here would hope that construction goes smoothly, diligently, and is thoughtful of all of the neighbors.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think if Ashley is still on the line, I think we were able to locate the photographs she sent in.
Okay, great.
Ashley?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I think we have the photographs, so we're going to put them up on the screen for the board members. So feel free to
Okay.
narrate your photographs for everyone.
Okay. I took these very quickly yesterday. It was kind of cloudy outside, so the photos might not do it justice, but you can see the sign where it says public beach access. The house is to the left. You could see the black gate there. Could you go to the next slide? Please. Okay, that is I don't know what you would refer to it as, the beach walk, where it connects to the, the paved beach walk. You could go to the next photo. So that's in front of the house. This is zoomed out a little bit, like further back. You can see the small blue public beach access sign and the public sidewalk. Could you go to the next one, please? Okay, so this is the front of our house and our gate showing where we have access, to the sidewalk. Next, please. Okay, so their house is basically across from where the security van is parked, and you can see the street there. There's gates on both sides. I'm not sure how to explain this, but pretty much there's, vehicles parking on 78th Street, blocking it all day long as is. Delivery trucks, maintenance vehicles, let alone having a total demolition. I know this is going to cause a lot of traffic. You could go to the next, please. So this is where I'm not sure if their driveway is eliminating this whole sidewalk and swaleway, but I didn't see any of this in their presentation, and I felt like it's important and only fair to include it. Next slide, please. Okay, you could go to the next one. One more. Okay, that's when you're walking down the beach path, you turn to the left and you can see their house. Okay, next slide. I'm just trying to show how it all connects. Next slide, please. Next slide. You can see, people were walking by me as I was taking photos. I was trying to be courteous to them, not to take photos of them. Next, please. And there's the ocean that connects to everything. So I think there's one more photo. 78th Street and the public beach exit going back towards 78th. There might be one more, I'm not sure. Yeah, and this is just walking back to my house. There actually used to be a cul-de-sac in the center here. A few years ago, they changed it to like this curved sidewalk. I'm not exactly sure when that took place, but are there any more photos in there? I tried, taking as many as possible so it could be clear.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay. Yes. Well, thank you for sharing those on such short notice. We appreciate taking the path down the street. We can almost follow your path and hear the construction fade away in the background as you approach the ocean and hear the waves crashing. What a privilege to be so close to the ocean. And I'm sure, based on what the applicant has shared, they're going to, follow all city standards to preserve that path so that you and your mother can access that great amenity.
Can I ask her
At
a
this
que-
point, we're going to give the applicant an opportunity for a response, and then we'll come to a board member.
Can I ask her a
comment.
question?
Oh, you want to ask the?
Yes.
Okay. Is she still there? Can she take a question?
I just want to.
I'm here.
Okay, I just want to confirm that one of her photographs, it showed that there is a sidewalk and swale in front of the property now. Is that correct?
Yes, it's to the, I believe, the north of the, the south of the property. It's south of 7801 Atlantic Way. And it's south of our house as well. It runs all the way to Collins Avenue.
Well, I think that the photograph was on Atlantic Way looking south, that on the Atlantic Way.
It was looking east.
Yeah, it was, I thought it was looking south.
She was taking the picture looking east.
No, it's on,
because
There was
it's
a-
on
there were several
78th Street,
pictures.
and I'm looking east.
So there's no.
For the majority of the photo.
There's no swale and sidewalk that's on the west side
Atlantic
of the
Way
property.
side.
So there's the street, right? And then there's a portion of the right-of-way that extends to our property line, which is our driveway connection. Right now, it's a combination of pavers and the famous Miami Beach red sidewalk. So what we will do, we'll just replicate that with our design.
Okay, because like I'm looking at
the
this
side-
A011, and it appears there's no sidewalk or swale. And I just want to know if they were losing it.
No. So in the presentation, because the renderings that were printed didn't show that driveway. In the presentation, you'll clearly see, let me show you the,
PJ,
Look at A100.1, sure.
Yeah. Can you minimize it?
there.
See, can you see how the sidewalk is adjacent to our property line? And then it curves to meet the street end that goes eastward to the beach?
We're replicating basically the same design pattern that it's there with the driveway and the sidewalk. They're like integrated at the same level. So the sidewalk is in red and then the driveway is in the pavers. The rendering of that elevation, the rendering one second. Yeah, up. Like our presentation for today? Up. Because the renderings were never revised to show the driveway. Okay, there. If you can zoom in that one. So if you see over here, well, we didn't depict the sidewalk in red, but it's there in the driveway. It should have been red, sorry.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you for that. The applicants may take a seat if they'd like. We're gonna open up board member comment. Stuart, would you like to go first since you were just asking that question? Would you like to open our comments?
So we're done interacting with the applicant now, and we're just going on to board comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've heard that the purpose of this historic district was for preserving the single-family character, the lot size, but looking in the staff report, one of the first goals it says for the Altos Del Mar design guidelines, one of the first goals is preservation and rehabilitation, which contribute to the character of historic districts. So I mean, I personally, if we're making a decision that's contrary to the goal of preservation and rehabilitation, I think that what we're basing it on, and back to John Stewart's comments at the beginning about the demolition criteria, that those are just criteria for, I don't think it's a formula that if you have a certain number of yeses or a certain number of nos, that there's a certain decision that we have to make. I think those are just things that we have to consider. And it has not been declared an unsafe structure. I understand that there's the location is really the main concern. It's close to the ocean, and the seawater degrades the concrete. And I understand that there was an engineering report. But I think for us, I'd like to see that engineering report. I think it should come before us. If we're making a demolition decision, and we are the Historic Preservation Board, and it's in a historic district where the first goal is preservation and rehabilitation, I mean, I think it's a beautiful proposal that they made today. I think it's a gorgeous house. But we're supposed to preserve and rehabilitate, to promote preserving and rehabilitating historic structures, and this is a contributing structure in a district. So I would have liked to seen more about the reasons why this building couldn't have been raised. We heard the statement that there were concrete tests, but I personally would like to have seen more in black and white as part of our packets, not just representations.
Mr. Reed, I think you do have the structural report.
Yes?
The latest
Okay, well,
structural
that's
report.
great. Okay, and we also had Debbie had told us that they had reviewed the report, the engineering report, and that they're satisfied with it. But this is an interesting application, because certainly if you have a single-family home that's oceanfront, you want it to be able to withstand storms, and it does have a particular exposure to the elements. So those are just my comments. This is a hard call, because it is the loss of a contributing structure. But it's a beautiful proposal, and they're saying it picks up on some of the historic elements, so it's a very interesting application. But I do think it's a beautiful design that they presented to us. I like the breezeways and the way they use all the open space, and I don't think it would. I think it would be fit in well with the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. Ray?
I think what we have to bear in mind here is this has already been before us before. We've already had all of this discussion, and then we gave them some parameters for them to come back. So I think that we can't go back over things that we've already discussed. We really have to look at what they brought back to us based on a recommendation and move from there. I think we all agree that once you take and you try to renovate a home more than a certain percentage, you have to meet current codes and standards, and there's no way that this house can do that. Thank you.
John?
Okay, if we're going down the line, yeah, I agree with Stuart that this is a very, very challenging. This is what I woke up thinking about this house, that I was going to have to be kind of really thinking about this decision, because we so rarely have such a wonderful example of a period house that's still livable in a contributing area, but at the same time, we never have, at least in my experience, have had this kind of a house in this particular kind of location with the vulnerabilities that this location right along the ocean kind of provides. It provides both the amazing amenity of the beautiful blue ocean and but also the dangers that come from that same amenity. So I appreciate that the applicant took this so seriously, because I don't agree with Ray that we said, here's a checklist of things that if you do them, we'll pass this. It wasn't like that. It was, we'll give you more time. You know what we're struggling with. Now find it, kind of help us. And I think you did a really great job at that. Because I don't think any of us knew, even you maybe at that time, what this was gonna be when it came back in January. So I appreciate the lightness of the home. I think the more than anything, the kind of the way it's articulated with the various materials and the exterior. It's kind of makes it a much more connected house to not only to the beach, but also to the historic house that it's replacing, which was, obviously a light-colored house with clay, with roof and details that were kind of the earth. And I think you've done a good job with that. And it just saddens me that we're in a place and time when certain things just aren't able to be preserved. But even the other buildings that I know that have been raised and moved, none of them were in, whether or not the structural condition was the same, and this is obviously pretty bad in terms of the concrete, but none of them were in this right next to the ocean. So that just makes this a very, very unusual situation. So I appreciate what you've done, and I also appreciate the fact that the house will still be, because this is my beach walk too, so I kind of walk that walk all the time. I live very close to there, so this house, so I knew the previous owners. So it's a special place. I only experience it from the beach walk, and so I appreciate that there isn't a huge wall there, that I won't be able to see the kind of breeze block and the stair as I'm walking along the, and not just me, but it's a very, very popular beach access point for North Beach, so that all of us will be able to we'll be able to see the house, but also have a kind of breathing room, I think, that your house will provide, that the existing house also provides. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I mean, thank you again so much for coming back on such short notice. I know it probably was a tremendous effort. I think anytime there's a demolition of a contributing structure in totality, it's a heavy, burden, I think, that we all bear here on the board. But you guys have done, again, a fantastic job with the proffers. I do think it's a vast improvement in the references to the historic building, alluding to the historic structure. So I am supportive of that, and I understand the practical difficulty of, the future and the insurance. I do remember that conversation from November as well. So really just thank you. And I mean, I wish the building could be saved in some way, but I do feel that you have provided enough expertise and structural engineering data to demonstrate practical difficulty. Thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo a lot of my board members' comments. I think that a lot of us are probably going through the same thoughts right now. I definitely don't take the demolition of this structure lightly. It is such a spectacular home and neighborhood, and kind of the scale and the importance, and especially the historical importance that Debbie kind of brought us up to speed about in the last session that we had. And so it is sad that you know, there's not, it doesn't seem like there's not much that can be done with the current structure, and I can't stand in the way of something that that's going to be unsafe in any way and that isn't going to take resiliency into account. And I don't think that in this case, resiliency is just being used as a kind of like a false cue. I think that this is a pretty strong case for why demolition, you know, is probably the preferred path. One really positive thing that I would like to talk about is I think that this case kind of gave us, or it's given me at least, a little bit of a new way of thinking of things. I think a lot of times on this board, we kind of view things in binaries, like yes, no. You know, our dear friends at MDPL often, you know, have, you know, they give us their recommendations of what they want, and sometimes, you know, there will be sides, community members who will say we don't want anything done here. And I think this is actually an example where there was a sense that it's not so black and white, and I think that there is a way through to preserve the history. I mean, history is about telling stories, right? It's about telling the stories of the people and the places and the architecture that, you know, has been lived. And so I am very heartened by the way the applicant changed their design. Not only do I think it is a much better design from an aesthetic point of view, I think it's airy. I think the breezeways are gorgeous. I think the octagonal staircase, which is what I wanted to see preserved, not preserved, what I wanted to see referenced, was done, and I think it looks fantastic. So I do think that we're the Historic Preservation Board. We're here to do our very best with, you know, the facts that we have on the ground, and I think that this building will be an homage to the history of this area, and I think it will tell a story. And I think that that is very important. And so I applaud the efforts to preserve, you know, and document exactly what that story is. And we have the record now of that story and of what you guys, you know, what the design team did to make those changes. And yeah, I mean, I think lastly, like, it kind of reminds me of that quote, like, about how architecture is music frozen in time. If you look at the old building, you see, you know, the 1920s, but this is a reinterpretation of, as Debbie said, a contemporary, you know, take with some really, really fundamental elements that are of today's time. And I think we have to be practical as well. So thank you guys, and I really look forward to seeing this be executed.
Lindsay.
So I think I've probably spent more time studying this application than maybe almost anything that's come before us, because I was really struggling with it. And also I went back and rewatched at least a portion of our meeting last time to make sure that, well, to see if we were addressing the things that were brought up in the meeting. Because I tend to align, I think, with John Stewart, that we didn't give particular criteria. We just said, here are the questions we have, come back to us with something better or more information or whatever it is. I do want to, it's funny, one of my fellow board members brought up the insurance. I actually was going to commend you on not trying again, that to come up here and tell us that it's uninhabitable as is, or that it's uninsurable as is, or anything like that. Because I didn't find a lot of credence in that, quite frankly. I'm not saying that you weren't being truthful. I'm saying I didn't find a lot of credence in that, because clearly someone is living in it. We saw the stuff sitting outside in the photos that were taken just in the last few weeks. I do appreciate the work that's been done to kind of reimagine the new structure, and to really recall or reinterpret those aspects of the existing structure and incorporate those within the new proposed structure. I'm still very torn on this project altogether because, again, it's not like the state of Florida or Miami-Dade County is standing here saying you have to demolish this house, right? You're coming to us asking if you can. You have proposed a very beautiful project. I do like this one personally much better than the one that you proposed last time. Not that there's anything wrong with that one, just a personal preference. But I also appreciate the things that you've incorporated into it and really gives a nod to the existing structure. With all that said, I mean, the coastal construction control line, even if no one's knocking at your door and saying, you've got to take this down, I do think that we have to be stewards of not only preserving, our historic architecture, which we are, charged with here, but just stewards of protecting our city as a whole. And our environmental resources are part of that. And so while there is no one knocking at the door saying, this building's got to go, are we furthering a risk to our dunes and our vegetation, our first line of defense, if you will, by standing in the way of this demolition and new construction? So those are all the things that I've kind of thought about. It's a very long-winded way of saying it, but it's been a painful process for me to try to figure out where I want to stand on this. But I appreciate all the work that was put into it. So those are my comments.
Thank you. I think all of the board members' comments today were very thoughtful and sincere, and I think match the thoughtfulness and sincerity with which the applicant has approached this project, doing their due diligence and responding to the concerns that the board had last time. I think that it's, change is difficult, and but change for change's sake is in nobody's interest. And I think in this case, we're seeing a particular case where everybody has approached this with great care and mindfulness. And, I think there was, someone mentioned, history, telling stories. I think history is also about the story of change. And as the city evolves to new challenges, while we are out to preserve the character and the history of the place, we're also mindful of the needs to adapt. And so I think this is actually quite beautiful, the way that this is playing out. As much as nobody wants to see contributing structures go away, I appreciate the environmental, the presentation of the environmental concerns, the structural assessments, more than one structural report, and having worked with structural engineers, I appreciate the objectivity of their work. While there is some subjectivity in their presentation, when it comes down to their calculations, it, as you mentioned, black and white, and we actually do have that. And so I think that supports this case, and without it, it would be not nearly as strong. I think that the one minor architectural comment, the octagonal stair, which you mentioned is below the eave of the house. I think when you get around to detailing that, you'll see you might want to push it down a little bit more, because it looks like they're almost touching, and it could be a place where one might trap water. If you look at the existing relationship, there's a little bit of wall between the two roofs. Minor architectural point, but again, really appreciate the work that was put into integrating some of the concerns we have, and sticking to your own design objectives along the way. In no short measure, thanks to Steve's input, Mr. Avtakov, working hand in hand with the architect, I think that's also makes for a good story, an important story, and it makes the architect, the designer, more informed, to go with the eyes of a historical architect who can understand the components that define the character of a place. I think that would be healthy for all of our local architects, in fact, working in historic districts. There was mention of the site plan showing the garden wall, and then it came up the question of the driveway, the swale, sidewalk. I think it would be important to the neighbors and to the neighborhood that this project work to enhance that public right-of-way. We didn't see in the renderings the depiction of vegetation in the swale, although one might expect that would be there. Perhaps that's something that we include in the language to ensure that the work in the public right-of-way matches or enhances the quality of the public space that's there now, including not just the hardscape but the softscape in the right-of-way. And then the one final thing I wanted to talk about was the proffer to do a HABS documentation, which I think is really important. And I wanted to, just having gone through the process, recommend to you that you engage that process as soon as possible, because it can take some time. I would encourage you to contact the State Historic Preservation Office and the Regional National Park Service office, because you're going to have to work hand in hand with them. That process includes not just you going out and producing measured drawings before demolition, but sending it to them, getting their feedback, planning out that effort with them. It's a hand-in-hand process that could take six months or more even. So I would anticipate that there would be some back and forth. I also think that it's an opportunity to just lay out a couple of criteria for that, because I think the delicateness of this project might call for us to give a little bit more definition as to what to expect from that HABS documentation. So I have a little list that I would suggest we include in the order. And this is standard, and Steve, you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think it would be overly burdensome. I just want to call it out so that everybody's clear what would be included in there at least. A location map, which I think in this case would naturally depict the Altos del Mar district in the context of the beach and the ocean. There would be a brief written description of the property in that context. There would be a site plan which extends to the beach walk, as it's part of the abutting public access. You'd have floor plans, of course, elevations, and I would say one typical section and at least one detail of the building, so that we have a HAB set that captures the building from its context to at least one architectural detail. I don't think that's overly burdensome, but just to make it clear. And in that process, I would recommend, just given the timing of it, that we expect from the applicant, in order to fulfill that commitment, that there be a preliminary submittal to the SHPO before demolition takes place. In case they say, no, we need you to capture this thing, and then you say, oh, we already demolished it. We want to avoid that. So that would be one kind of deliverable before demolition. And then that the drawings are accepted into the Library of Congress before a certificate of occupancy is granted. Just as a way to enforce that commitment that you've made, which I think is really appropriate, and I think that we're all grateful for, because while the building will be demolished, it will be recorded and in the public domain forevermore. So thank you for all of your efforts. Was that the motion? I'm not allowed to make the motion.
Well, I would move to approve with the conditions stated by our chair, and also the comment you made that there would not be any loss of vegetation in the public right-of-way.
And the condition that Michael mentioned it already, that the workmen will be shuttled in to the site rather than parking on the site.
Accepted.
Okay, and that includes the 4 proffers that the applicant made, correct? With the enhanced tabs. And Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you for that because your detail on that will make staff's life a lot easier as well, knowing, those benchmarks of when, we can issue certain permits, so I appreciate that. Okay, so is that a motion? Did we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so with that, I will call the roll. Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Yes. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Mr. Reed? Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all very much for your time. Much appreciated.
Okay, I think we're going to take a quick 5-minute break after that. Thank you.
Damas y señores, por favor tomen sus asientos. Como cortesía hacia nuestros presentadores y sus compañeros de audiencia, apaguen o silencien sus dispositivos electrónicos. Nuestra reunión está por comenzar.
Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning. Still good morning. Welcome back. We're still on the January 9th, 2024 HPB meeting, and we are going to pick up on the agenda where we left off, and we'll ask Ms. Tackett to introduce the next item.
Good morning, thank you. Yes, the next application is HPB 230596. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the replacement of the masonry balcony railings with new aluminum railings. This is an existing non-contributing building within the Flamingo Park Historic District. The building was originally constructed in 1964. More recently, the building has been issued I think it was in early '22, so about 2 years ago now. The building was issued a concrete repair permit. During the course of that concrete repair, there were other modifications that were made at the time by the previous contractor that exceeded the scope of the permit, also exceeded the scope of what staff can review and approve administratively. What they're here before you today with is the replacement of the balcony railings. The balconies have been kind of closed off for a significant amount of time. I have personally spoken with some of the unit owners that are very distressed over the past 2 years and what has occurred in their building. Since that time, the condo association did hire an architect. Lee is here with us today to get them through the process and get everything permitted in a legal fashion. So if you walk by the site or if you've gone by the site, you'll notice there's a lot of the balcony railings, if not all of them, have been removed. There are some that have received the new vertical picket railings. And basically, the applicant is requesting that the board allow the removal of the masonry railings and replacement with the vertical pickets. In general, again, this is a non-contributing building. Staff does not believe a reclassification is warranted here. So we do agree with that non-contributing classification. And we're generally supportive of the application. However, we would recommend that on the Euclid Avenue facade, that there be some introduction of a slightly more decorative feature. This can be done by modifying the vertical pickets. In our MIMO design guidelines, we have some strategies which are pretty cost-effective and simple where certain applications can be placed on those railings just to give that facade a bit more interest. And that would also be consistent with several other similar applications that the board has reviewed and approved in the past. So with that, we are recommending approval. I am available for any questions if you have them.
Any questions for staff?
You say you have some examples of suggestions for Euclid Avenue. Have you shared that with the developer?
Well, the applicant is here. Lee, just 1 minute. I'm gonna respond to the board's questions, and then you will have time to present. I don't know if we've discussed that at this point.
Any other questions for Debbie? Okay. With that, we'll invite the applicant to make their presentation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mehran Azgandi. I'm an architect.
Sir, we'll just ask that you speak into the microphone so that it can be on record.
Okay, can you hear me now better? All right, very good. My name is Mehran Azgandi. I'm an architect, but my function today is make presentation. I'm not the architect of record or engineer of record in this project. We do have engineer of record who's not here today, but we can convey the information to them. As Ms. Tackett mentioned, this is a non-contributing building. It's not designated historic, but it is in the historic district, of course. I originally, let me see if I can bring this up here. Okay. On the slide there, you see on the left bottom there, that's the location of the building, which is very much right in the middle of the map there. Towards the right of it, let me see if I can point to it. I wonder if we can point to it. It's the second picture from the left. You see that the building there is like a courtyard building, and as she mentioned, as Ms. Tackett mentioned.
Sorry, sir, could you just speak to the mic?
I'm sorry, yeah,
Thank you.
sorry about that. As Ms. Tackett mentioned, a couple of years ago, a concrete restoration project started at this site, and it has progressed, it's very much finished. And as part of that project, they noticed that the balconies are deteriorated. So some of those balconies were removed all the way back to the facade. And of course, with that, the railings, the concrete railings that were there were also removed back. And so the new railings are in order. The photo to the right, the photo to the right shows how it used to be, the railings used to be, and the two photos to the right is the way it is now today. And some of these railings have been installed, and you can see those there too. So with that, I move to the next slide. This one is bigger picture, so it shows the one on the left. It's removed. These are the ones used to be, and then we have the railings that are installed at a certain portion of the building. And those are the railings that we like to have throughout the entire building. Now, a few months ago, I met with Ms. Tackett as well as Mr. James Cyberlink, and they were kind enough to take me through the process. At that time, the recommendation was that we should replace the concrete railing, as you see on the left picture, the way they are, or to have metallic that has the same configuration so it gives the same effect. However, since then, after the application and letter of intent and all that, and I put some reasons there, now I have recently received the staff report, which is actually far closer to what we had intended, which is the railings that we have today. So thank you for that. And what it recommends in the staff report, which I can mention that, as she mentioned, as Ms. Tackett mentioned, the page 7 of staff report, the item there says on the top, and I just read some lines there. It says, staff has no objection to the use of vertical pickets, which means the one that you see on the right photo there. Then I skip over a couple of statements without losing the coherence. And it says that, however, we recommend that the railing design along Euclid Avenue be further developed. So in other words, the 12th Street, and what you see there on the photo on the right is the 12th Street. So that 12th Street apparently, as per the staff report, can receive the railings, picket railings, as they are, as you see in the picture. But then it goes on and it says that, this may include decorative applique, that's for the Euclid site, that they are asking us to apply some decorative applique, for example, as per the city MIMO design guideline. And then it says that we recommend the approval of the application with that modification. Okay, then that brings us to the It brings us to MIMO guidelines. And the MIMO guidelines on page 93, I'm not sure if you have access to that, but anyway, maybe I can show it from here. It shows the railings here. I think it's a large enough picture so you can see that. And it's got some appliques on it. So as you see, the base is the vertical railings, as you see on the picture on the right. But in addition to that, the staff report says that we can embellish that with some of these appliques. And that's only on the Euclid site, the staff recommends. There are a couple of other designs here, also in the MIMO report. Now, what I did is, Okay, this is, again, the picture of the aerial view of the building, and on the right side, you see the Euclid Avenue, certain section of the map that shows Euclid Avenue. And I'm showing like 4 blocks or 3 blocks north of the subject building, which is the subject building is at the bottom there on the right side with a little pin there. And when you go up and down Euclid Avenue, on the right picture on the map, you will see those dots, the white dots. Those are the locations where I identify other buildings with picket railings, exactly the way that you saw in the earlier picture. And without any modification, without any embellishment. So my point over here is this, that even though MIMO suggests those 2 designs only, it does not show the picket railings as we have. However, the picket railings are also in the neighborhood. And in fact, as you see from this picture, it's at the rate of like 1 per block. And I also went down the Meridian Avenue, and I found the same way with the same density, just about 1 every block, they have picket railings without any embellishment. In fact, the bottom portion, the bottom dot, it shows 11th Street, and there's a railing there in the same block as the subject building. The subject building side on Euclid Avenue doesn't have any picket railings. Across the street from that doesn't have picket railings. MIMO doesn't identify picket railings, correct. But it is throughout the whole area, and it actually contributes to the historical aesthetics of the area. In fact, you can imagine if they don't have that, the character changes. So I like to say that when we are asking for the picket railings to be installed on Euclid Avenue as is, it is not a variance. We are not deviating from the MIMO guide. It is very much indigenous within the sensibility, the aesthetics of Euclid Avenue and the rest of the areas. You can imagine that these picket railings are more like a background, like a neutral background against which the other embellishments shine. If you have all of them the same, then of course it's going to be bland. So I think it is important that we have some of these picket railings as they are. And these go back many years ago. This building is 1965, but there are other buildings which are older than that, and they have those picket railings. So it is not a deviation from the...
I'm sorry, we can add more time to the clock if you need to extend your presentation?
Yes, if you can add probably another 5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just ask that you do it as expediently as you can. Thank you.
Okay, fine, sure. All right, so that's what you see there, and I'm going to just quickly go through the... All right, this is the top building that you saw earlier, and as you see that it's got a railing there. It's got picket railings. Well, it's not picket, it's horizontal. This one is horizontal railing. The next one's got picket railings. The dot again shows the location of it. These are all within 3 blocks. And this one is another one getting closer to our subject building. And this one is the same block, but the south of that on the 11th Street. And that's also picket railings too. I'd like to identify something here. You may notice that the design language here is more like Art Deco, and it has picket railings. I'm going to come back to that issue a bit later. This is the subject building. This subject building is very much minimalistic, and it's the language, design language is rectangular, linear. So I think the picket railing actually fits best with this kind of a design language here. This one doesn't apply anymore. As I mentioned, the staff report has it that we don't have to use the concrete railing, so this doesn't apply anymore. And this is the design language that I'm talking about. As you can see on the left, that's a bigger picture of the building there. It's all linear, rectangular, so the picket railing actually fits very good with that one. I like to suggest. At the bottom there, you have 3 different types. The one on the left is the old concrete railing. The one all the way on the right is glass type, which is contemporary. Again, that doesn't fit with the language. I would suggest that the picket railing is somewhere in the middle there, and it just provides a background, if you will, so that other buildings with other type of railings with embellishment can shine against this, if you will. If you don't have that, then everything's going to be pretty much uniform. Okay, so with that, we come to the basis for our request. The first item I have there, these are not of the same valence or in any particular order. The first one is a hardship to residents. These balconies were actually blocked for the residents since June, so it's been 7 months or so, 7, 8 months. And we don't want to add any time to it if we could possibly do that. So if you can approve of the railings as they are, the railings are already ordered, they're stored at the site, so they can immediately go there and install those. The next item, that doesn't apply again because of the staff report. The item 3 doesn't apply either. Number 4 there says the new railings match buildings design language, i.e. linear. That's what I mentioned there. That's one of our bases. Number 5 there, in that section, I'm saying that I found in the section of the code that says buildings which are prior to 1942, they're historic, is like maybe more historic, I guess you can call it that way. This is 1965, so probably it's not that significant there. The item 6 there says new railings are precedent, and I will say that's probably the strongest ground that I have here, that we see that throughout the area. So with that then, it comes to our request. We respectfully request that to issue a certificate of appropriateness for aluminum picket railings as fabricated and as presently stored, which is what you see on the right side. Now, as Ms. Tackett mentioned earlier, that it seems like the 12th Street is fine. They can receive the railings the way they are. But on the Euclid, she mentioned that we should have these railings with some embellishment. Well, we like to have the railings just the way it is on Euclid Avenue too. There's also some clause in the condo covenants that says, I'm sorry, what was the term you used?
It's condo uniformity.
Condo uniformity, which means all condos should be treated with the same architectural design. And if that were the case, then we have to put the embellishment all around for the entire, including the courtyard and the other areas, which is not even the scope of today's meeting. With that, I thank you for your attention, and I just answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. We'll ask the board to put forward any questions they might have, and then give you a chance to respond to them. I might start by asking you that you presented us with an image that you held up from the guidelines, the railing guidelines.
Oh, yes, that's in the.
But it was hard for us to see. We don't have that. I don't know if you'd like to pass that around to allow the board to see
Sure.
it.
It's actually, if you type on your telephone MIMO, it's going to show that there on page 97.
Oh, you have it. Okay.
And I shared that with you.
Oh, you did. Okay, thanks. It sounds like our board members are one step ahead.
Do you want Stu?
Got it.
If you type MIMO, there's a PDF that comes up and
Yeah.
shows on.
What was the page number?
93.
Okay, thank you for that. Wow. you guys
Yeah,
are
and
on the ball.
93.
page 87 shows exactly the railing that they're hoping to replace, as in the top left-hand corner, page 87.
Okay, board, any questions for the applicant?
I was going to have a question. Go ahead. I had a question for Debbie, actually. Did we ask the staff questions? We asked staff already?
Did we?
I don't think so.
Maybe we missed it.
Anyway, okay. No, just if there's, if you could weigh in a little bit to help us understand the guidelines, the MIMO guidelines, what they're intended for, just to contextualize this conversation so we're kind of understanding. I see the railings that appear on this building to be pictured as typical as rail typical typology, but I don't see in the guidelines a kind of a replacement for this particular concrete railing. Was there something you had in mind that when you mentioned the
Well,
decorative applique?
So just a little background on the design guidelines. So maybe probably close to 10 years ago, we started not only hearing from property owners, but also internal discussions, primarily with the city's fire department, that the vast majority of our historic buildings, our contributing buildings, did not have compliant railings. There are two main issues with historic railings that we've encountered. One is the height. Current life safety code requires a 42-inch high rail. Historically, a lot of these buildings had 36 to 40 inches. The second issue that came about was the 4-inch rejection, the spacing in between the solid and the opening. Current code does not allow anything larger than a 4-inch sphere. And again, a good number of our historic railings did not comply with that requirement. So in order to address what was really a rampant issue with property owners who are being required to replace their railings for not only life safety code reasons, but insurance reasons and other serious issues for property owners, we developed these guidelines in consultation. Alan Schulman was our consultant. I think he did a great job. So that basically to give some strategies to property owners to, number one, see if they can modify an existing railing. And in certain instances, we've been successful in modifying existing railings. In other instances, we knew railing replacement was going to be required. And so these are strategies that staff works with administratively all of the time, that if a property owner needs to replace a railing and it can be very close with one of these options to their original design, that typically we can handle a lot of that administratively. Because if you can imagine, the vast majority of our contributing buildings need to have some type of remediation with their railings, and sending all of those applications to the board would have been very challenging. So I think we've been very successful in interpreting these guidelines to help property owners with these modifications at an administrative basis. But occasionally we do see, a conflict with the strict interpretation and of these guidelines. And we talk to the property owners, and if they're going to deviate in an extensive way from these guidelines, they would require coming to the board. The board has seen at least probably a dozen of these in the past couple of years. And that's when we met with Lee. We explained that process. We did give him the option of trying to replicate the existing design. That was not possible, or their preferred option. There was also the added hardship of the residents regarding the work that was kind of done without the proper approvals. No fault of the unit owners, but that occurred, and that was causing significant grief. When we evaluated the picket railings on 12th Street, those balconies have a different character. They're kind of recessed more, whereas the Euclid Avenue ones are projecting. We thought it could be a relatively simple alternative to apply the little diamond shapes or the square shapes to the pickets, just to break up kind of the architecture of the building and create a bit more visual interest, which buildings of these periods typically had. So that's how we came to the recommendation. It is a non-contributing building. It is not something that we were going to recommend to the board that the railings be, completely replicated or reconstructed as they were originally.
Thank you. I mean, being a non-contributing building, they can really come asking for almost anything. They could ask for glass railings or whatever, which would entirely change the characteristic.
Yeah, and the board has been flexible. We've approved glass
Right.
railings on buildings in the historic district from this period.
And the other thing that they brought up here was that you wanted uniformity in the building, the front, the side, and all that with the railings. And it's in your condo docs. Well, I'm looking at the windows in your building, and there's no uniformity there, so please don't use that as an excuse.
Any other questions?
On page 96 of the, on the lower right-hand corner, maybe is that, when it says there are 3 different concrete rail, it's not, but it's not, what am I, it says other design relevant to this solution. You see the 3, and there's one in the middle with the rectangular ins.
Yeah, those are the cast.
Are they cast?
The cast concrete options.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay. So that's not, right, we're not looking at that. You're looking at the option on page 93 that has the squares that go between the.
Correct.
Yeah, just want to make sure I understand 100% what we're considering now is that they would be using the picket railings they have, but we're considering about, they would be putting in an applique, they called it, something on it that would attach to it. And, well, those are examples of
like
things,
that. That's
but we're not thinking of any particular applique now. We're just talking conceptually, because we haven't seen a picture of any that we're considering. But I'm wondering if there was going to be a recommendation or a requirement that they were going to apply something decorative to the railings that they already have, what would the cost be? I think that's really everything, is whether, is it going to add a lot to the project or not? And if it's not costly, I think that we're just making, friendly suggestions to make the building look better and make the neighborhood look better. Because I understand, yeah, these picket railings are everywhere, and it's consistent with the neighborhood. But they did lose something that was not a picket railing, and it was an embellishment to the existing structure, and maybe it would benefit from something like that. But what would the cost be, and what specifically would we be considering?
I don't know what the cost would be. I don't know if anyone from the applicant side has looked into it, that they could respond if they've looked into the cost.
May I, we have the general contractor representative here. Do you have any suggestion? You have to look at it into later on, so we don't have the cost yet.
Okay, Lindsay has another question.
I have a question that might kind of precede that maybe, the balcony railings that you intended to put on there prior to coming before us, I understand the background. They've been fabricated, you've purchased them, they're sitting in storage somewhere, you're waiting for our approval to put them on, correct?
On site.
Okay. They're stored on site, okay, fine. Obviously, there's significant costs. I know we just replaced our fence at my building. And so those, just so for our benefit and for theirs, so the balcony railings that they intend to put on, they have purchased, they're just waiting for approval to put on. I want to make sure everybody understands that.
And some of them have already been
And some,
put
yes,
in
some of them
place,
have already been
so not all
installed
of
on the 12th Street side. So it is a follow-up to, or I guess, a question that precedes the, I think was it Stuart's question about the cost of the appliques? So yeah, I would, and these are aluminum railings, right? So they're prefabricated off-site. They're like, what's the finish called?
Picket railings?
Thank you, powder coated. That's what I was like sandblasted. I couldn't remember. So, I mean, we would be curious to know what the cost is associated with that. I understand you guys have been, so I live across the street, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. So I know that you guys have been without balconies for quite some time. I've seen it. I didn't know what was going on. I learned about it today. But the cost associated with any sort of applique on those buildings, were we to require that, we'd like to understand what that would be and if you've looked into that.
And I would also just add to that, if an applique is, if the board determines that it's better to have an applique, that it wouldn't stop the immediate, it wouldn't prohibit the immediate installation of the existing railings that are on being stored. Like, they could start immediately, but there would be a time frame by which the appliques would have to be applied. I'm kind of asking if that's the way this would go.
Can I make a comment on that?
Just to answer the question, I think that it would be difficult due to the fact that there's really no, there's no CU or, certificate of completion that the planning department. Now, we do inspections, so we could issue the permit for the installation of just picket railings, and then we could try and catch it at inspection and not final the permit until, they were able to, if that's the direction of the board. Jake just pointed out, there is a building at 1575 Michigan that did have a similar scheme with the pickets, and they did put the appliques on. It actually looks really nice from my perspective. Michigan. Yes. Yes.
Debbie, while we look at that, I guess I have a question, and forgive me if you've already touched on it, but what is the proper procedure for a non-contributing building that's going to be changing a building element like their railings? Is it typical that they would come before the board?
We treat non-contributing buildings with the same review criteria as we do for contributing buildings. In this case, a major balcony change, even if the building was built in 1998, if they came with masonry balconies and wanted to do glass railings, which we've seen a lot, especially on the ocean, that's pretty typical. They do have to come to the board. So we don't really discriminate whether you're contributing or non-contributing in terms of certificate of appropriateness process. We, in our recommendations, we're typically more flexible with non-contributing buildings.
Does the applicant want to respond to any of the questions that have been brought up?
Well, one item is that we don't have a permit issued yet. So to install any of these, we have to wait for the permit first. And the permit includes the railing for the entire, both Euclid and 12th Street. So therefore, the decision about Euclid has to be made, whether we're going to put the appliques or not. And then we can update the drawings and submit for maybe revision 1 or 2, submit for permit. So we don't have a permit at this point.
Well, I feel like we have a couple people who are jumping. I'm not saying we shouldn't.
So you currently don't have a permit to install any of the railings? The ones that were installed were just installed without a permit? Is that my understanding?
Can
I respond to it?
He's
Okay.
Mr. Jotin, and he's the.
Hello,
board.
We're going to have public comment in a second. Are you part of the applicant? Okay. Have you been sworn in?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was here.
Okay. Would you state your name?
Yeah, I am Jatin Handa. I am a professional engineer licensed in the state of Florida. I'm involved with Tower East Condominium with their concrete restoration project. We have done a lot of concrete repairs, and we were the ones who recommended the association that we have to get rid of those concrete railings that we have there because of the severe deterioration that they had, and that in turn deteriorated the concrete slab as well. And the steel inside those railings were deteriorated to the point that we can't just restore it. There was a loss in diameter of steel and all of it. Just to answer how it can affect installing the railings on site, we already have the railings stored. If we have to include anything decorative on the railings, most probably it will have to be welded to the existing picket railings, which I don't think would be possible on site with the so much linear footage of railings we have. So we'll have to send it to the factory, then it comes back. Then if we don't have the permit for the railings, then we have to go through the permit process. why all of these concrete restoration was performed, because the building had to go there 50-60 year recertification program. All the concrete repairs on the building are completed, but since we don't have the railings installed, we can't complete the waterproofing process and all related repairs according to it. So it's not just this railing problem. The association is facing a problem getting their 50 years, 60 years recertification as well, which in turn, as she suggested, leads to insurance issues as well. So any delay that is being caused to install the railings counts to all these factors as well. So just wanted to bring up that point.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had a chance to get our questions out and get a response. So thank you, sir. We're going to move on to public comment.
Thank you very much.
Oh. There was a question about the cost of the application, but I think they said they don't have the cost. They don't know what it is. Yeah. Okay. So is there anyone from the public here to comment?
Before
on
we
it?
open it up to the public, are there any disclosures to make?
And she's right here.
Party communications.
Have you had any ex-party communications to disclose?
We've talked about this, yes.
Okay. Can you still be fair in your deliberations?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I had conversation with one of the unit owners. He happens to be my tennis coach as we're coming back from break. But yes, I can still be fair and impartial. And then the other disclosure that I want to make that we were discussing before this item came up is I do live within the 375-foot radius. But I've been advised by the city attorney's office that due to the volume of properties within that space and property owners that I don't have a financial interest and therefore I can still participate. So just FYI.
And for the record, there were 552 property owners that were notified of this application. So that would be well within the guidelines that our office has worked out as far as when there would be a financial conflict. There is no issue with proceeding.
Thank you for those clarifications.
Okay, any members of the public wishing to testify on Zoom, please raise your hand or come forward if you're in chambers.
Hi, my name is Therese Elkins. I work for Trident Management. I am the association manager for Tower East Incorporated. I have a few things that I want to say, but I first would love to respond to Mr. Breslin. I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. You mentioned something about condo uniformity with the windows, and while we're not using that as an excuse, I just want to tell you that, yes, you're right, the windows are not uniform, but each one that isn't uniform all have violations with the association and with the city, because the city also takes note of that. And the unit owners are responsible for their own windows and doors. So while a lot of them are really old, we can't force them to replace them, unfortunately. But when they do replace them, we have standards, like architectural standards that they have to abide by. And if they don't, they can't move forward. And obviously they get past that because there's one right now that the standards, they haven't put the grids in. And so we're fighting with them back and forth. But it's a whole thing. So I just want to just say that it is, we're fully trying to abide by all standards. Something that I guess I wanted to bring up is the building with the project. The balconies are not just the exterior balconies. It's on both sides, so Euclid and the other one that faces the building, but it's also the interior catwalks. So the catwalks that the people walk outside of their front door, and they use the stairs or the elevator, and the stairwell balconies as well. Those all cannot be done, and the catwalks cannot be finished right now because the waterproofing can't be put down, because the railings need to be put in. So while you guys are not necessarily holding that up, because the permit includes all the balconies, and so right now we're waiting on this decision for the Euclid side, but we can't do any of that work. So I hope you kind of get what I'm trying to say, because I'm not that great at explaining sometimes. So no balconies are in anywhere. The catwalks are completely not done. They're not waterproofed. When it rains, The ceiling underneath bubbles, which obviously will need to be redone, they have been like this, not for 6 months or 7 months. It's been like a year and a half. It could be fully 2 years since the project started. My memory on the balcony part doesn't suit me, but it's been a very long time that they haven't had it. So just, any questions?
Thank you for that. Anyone else from the public?
Hi, I'm Fran Gordon. I own 2 apartments that we put together in that building, 212 and 312. And we've been living like in a ghetto in that building. And it's quite unfortunate not to have your terrace, and your terrace is available for your own personal use. There's no company that I can invite into my building. As far as railings, holding on to anything, it's non-existent. We've been living like rodents, really, trying to walk around areas that are problematic, holding on to rails that are not even there, but a web is there to stick your finger in or something. And it's been very, very hard and very, very trying. The only good news is when you close your door, you're home. But when you open it, you are there facing a jungle and like a ghetto. And my whole idea of where I want to live and how I want to live is being totally eroded by this problem that just keeps on continuing and growing deeper and deeper. So all I want to say is we're very, very needy. We need to have this happen. It's affecting our lifestyle. There's apartments for sale all over the place, and there's no stability. And I think that's not only a problem for us, but it could be a problem for the neighborhood. And when I said to Mayor Miner, something that here we are living in a building that looks abandoned, that's a historical preservation, a denial of the way people should be living, and that has really affected us. So I appreciate your understanding in this and doing the right thing by us.
Fran, could you add how long you've lived there?
I'm there over 20 years, and I've seen remarkable improvements and degradation as well. So I've had my heart and soul in there, as well as my bank account, and I just want to have a nice place to live so you can come and visit, and I can feel comfortable in my decision of living in a historic district.
Thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
Does that conclude it?
That concludes public comment. Yes.
Okay,
Oh.
I didn't want to openly disclose all the financials of like the maintenance fees and how much everything's costing, the special assessments and all those stuff. But I do have numbers in my head. The only number I don't have is the one that you guys asked about that. But if you would like to know more, all you have to do is ask and I will tell you guys.
Thank you. We normally allow for an applicant rebuttal. I don't know if the applicant has anything to add after the public comment, or you've said what you had to say, I think, right? Okay. So we'll go on to board member comment. Would anyone care to start us off?
Well, my comment would be is that these railings are already purchased, they're ready to go. That building, I am well aware of, has had nothing out there for a very long time. I'm not sure that since it is a non-contributing building, if adding a few little squares on Euclid Avenue is going to make any big difference. There are these kind of railings all over, and I personally would be willing to just let them install them as they are.
Thank you, Ray. Stuart?
Yeah, thank you. So I think we heard that in order to apply the applique, it would have to be done off-site. I was thinking it could be as simple as they would install the railings and then something would be welded or attached onto it on-site. But the fact that it would have to be go off-site, we don't know what costs are associated. We don't know the specifics of it. We do know that our main concern here is compatibility. And it is compatible with the neighborhood. I think it is a good suggestion that, I appreciate when railings are decorative in some way. I think it does enhance the property in the neighborhood, but it is compatible, and I don't think it's something that we could require of them because the rest of the neighborhood already has these picket railings. It's a good suggestion, but the fact that they haven't been able to use their balconies for a long time, even the interior of the building, the catwalks don't have railings now. It is a safety issue. I don't think there's a good reason to slow down their installation of the railings, and it's just too unknown and uncertain in how to get these appliques on the railing, how much time that would add to the process of installing the railings. So I think it would be a good idea to let them just continue and install the railings, even though the applique sounds like a nice idea, but we don't know the practicality or cost of it at this point.
Yeah, Debbie, I was just gonna, the other buildings that they pointed out that are in the district, did any of those come before this board?
I don't believe any of the examples
I
they
haven't
showed. I
seen
think
any
some
of
of them were newer buildings. I know one of them, I think, was an 80s building that I think was originally designed with those. I think they've been, I know some of the buildings have had them for a very long time, whether they were issued a permit or not, I can't
Right.
speak to. Yeah, I don't recall any of the examples coming to this board.
Right, right. Yes, I understand that's very, I live in a condo, so I know the complexities of condo living and what it can mean to be, relying on leadership to make sure that they do the right thing in terms of permits and making sure that you get your permits done on time, because nobody should be living without a balcony without outside access for that long, and it's not your fault as a unit owner. Sometimes it's the challenge of living with other human beings. That's such a wonderful thing. It's a little bit like the ocean. It can be a wonderful thing, or it can be a terrifying thing. So, but I guess I'm wondering how we can, if there's any strategy to try to eliminate this from happening again, because if we just, as Ray suggests, and makes a lot of sense, and Stuart, to just let them put the railings up that they have and go on with it, what will make the next person even stop to consider that they need a permit before putting these in, or that they're in a historic district, and that it can help, and it wouldn't take this long, they wouldn't be living this long without a balcony. Did you want to jump in, Lindsay, if you'd like to? Or.
Well, I mean, kind of tag teaming in that, but maybe partly answering it, but just for the public's benefit. Did they get violations and fines and fees for proceeding without a permit? I expect they did.
I don't know if they did or not, but I think, John, you bring up a really good point. And I think we are starting to see maybe a slight uptick in this type of situation. And a lot of it, from what I see, is tied to these required building recertifications. Right. Because we are extremely proactive now on that. So that's a structural and electrical
we went through
evaluation.
That in our building, yes.
And the railings often do come up, and I think there may be some confusion, with smaller buildings or buildings that aren't as savvy with redeveloping their property or how that works in Miami Beach, where there's not that information necessarily given to them. I mean, I think the planning could, we could reach out to the building official who handles, this massive endeavor of these recertifications, and maybe come up with a notice to engineers that, listen, we understand you have concrete repair to do as part of your, and structural repairs to do as part of your recertification. But if you start touching the balcony railings or changing the design, that's going to require additional permits, not just this tied into a structure, a repair permit. So I think that might be helpful, because we're doing a great job with these 40-year recertifications plus every 10 years, right? And I'm very proud of the city for, I mean, it was really a massive endeavor starting a couple years ago. But I think maybe people are just rushing, you know, it's a serious violation if you don't have your 40-year recertification.
Yeah.
It's an unsafe structures
It is.
violation. So I
Right.
think a lot of condominium buildings especially, people just get very nervous and say they're gonna condemn my building if we don't do this immediately. And then sometimes these balconies do end up getting kind of ripped off because a lot of them are, especially the concrete balcony railings.
Yeah.
So I think maybe I could, you know, have a discussion with the building official to see how this information can be more front and center with the 40-year recertification, because that's not something that comes through planning, right? If someone's just doing a 40-year recertification, they're not necessarily coming into the planning department to ask questions.
But I think arguably, and I'm sorry we're kind of hijacking your application to discuss this, but I think it's very important.
Yeah, it will help us to get to
It
their
will help us get to your
application,
point
for
too,
sure.
but, and hopefully get to a favorable result for you guys. But I think, you know, perhaps if we know the buildings that are coming up for recertification, not just the engineers, I mean, I think also to the owners, in the same way that, you know, the owners in the area were notified for this, but the owners in this building, if they knew that they were up for a 40-year recertification and that any work on the balconies or any work on the balcony railings might subject them to our jurisdiction, they need to consider that. They could have considered that way, you know, before now, where we're not kind of dealing with on the back end. And there are some people, I mean, come on, Ray, what were you doing? You know, you've known Fran for how many, I'm kidding. No, but not everyone has a Ray and a Fran relationship where they can, you know, find out about this information, especially for some of our non-resident owners. But I think it's very important for our property managers, our condo boards, and our ownership to know.
Yeah.
And I say this speaking from somewhat personal experience. You know, we just went through an issue where our contractor just decided to start installing our fence without a permit. And then we were without a fence or a functioning fence for months while we had to go through the whole process, and we were fined and we were all this. And from best I can tell, that's no fault of ours. The contractor just decided to do it on his own, and that happens.
Right.
But if there's no one there to kind of supervise and make sure that it works appropriately, then no one knows the difference.
Right.
And without the proper information, you know, in the legal field, we say ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Well,
I
I
get
think
that.
one of the other things is the difference between a contributing and a non-contributing building.
It
And
doesn't,
that's
it doesn't
where
matter.
we're running
in
into
this-
that,
It
right?
doesn't matter in this case. It doesn't, any, like she said, like Debbie said, a non-contributing building built in 2013 would undergo the same permitting process. On the mic.
Talking about in terms of our decision-making, you know, here, we might make a different decision on this because it's a non-contributing building. And if it had been a contributing building, we might be talking an entirely different story.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Yeah, different context.
I mean, although admittedly, I mean, I'm sad that we have lost these MIMO railings. I will say that. I mean, that doesn't really bear on my
The
decision
railings
today.
the railings are a very important part of the building. They're in the MIMO guidelines. They're on the top left-hand corner. They're the first ones you see. So it's, but I'm still not, I'm not interested in holding this building hostage to
No.
this situation. I'm interested in it being a learning opportunity for our board and for our city to be able to be more effectively, maybe, you know, proactive, exactly as you're saying. I know that in my building, the residents do not know what the 40-year certification included, what other permits, but if they did, certain vocal residents, you know, we are not all as fortunate to have a Fran living in our building, but somebody who is knowledgeable and speaks very well could come and make sure that our board does the right thing. That would really be, because they got something from the city saying, maybe take note if there are any things of this list of things happening that they need different permits. So anyway, I would find that to be, yeah, go ahead, Lindsay. I was only going to say, I find that to be a path forward for them to go forward and for this problem to kind of maybe we're at a turning point with this challenge.
Maybe we could make a recommendation to the building department when I'm sure somewhere there's a brochure or a website that lists considerations for applying for a 40 or 50-year recertification that itemizes a number of considerations, and this could be a line item there that would call attention to the architect or engineer who maybe is doing this for the first time or otherwise unaware, so that they can properly guide their client or the building management. And that would be maybe a worthwhile recommendation. I don't know how we go about that, but.
Yeah, it could be a separate recommendation. Planning works very well with our building official, and I think it's helpful if you make that recommendation as kind of a separate recommendation, and I will reach out and so that we're all on the same page. Again, planning does not get really involved in these recertifications, so I think it might be helpful for everyone. And honestly, the building official, I'm sure, would welcome this, because the last thing she wants to do is go out there and see railings that were installed without a permit or removed without a permit. So I think this is a great suggestion.
So, may I? If everyone has had their opportunity to say what they wanted to say, I'm open to making a motion to approve the railings as you have something to say.
I'm not sure if Laura or Brian have anything else to add.
I mean, I'm sorry, I was absent for the first half of the presentation, so I apologize. Railings are a character defining feature of MIMO architecture, we all know that. So I wonder how many more months technically it would take. I know that they're already fabricated, but in order to proactively prevent future potential issues of people taking advantage of this, I understand the situation. It's a tough one for me, just because the railings, I can so clearly see how my preference would be to have some sort of compromise where you guys could proceed, but work administratively with staff to provide some sort of applique that references as well. I know that it will be a cost impact. However, hopefully it would also enhance the overall value of your building by keeping it more in character with the historic district and its original MIMO features. That would be my preference. I don't know if that had been discussed previously.
So I'm sympathetic to the fact that I think everybody here is trying to do the right thing, which is to maintain a historic building properly, do structural repairs, keep the building functioning properly. You discover that there's an issue with the railings, not to ignore it, but to address it, and be proactive. There is a process that we have to go through. Maybe we've skipped a step here, but I don't think anybody was trying to do anything other than the right thing. And while we're looking at this MIMO guidelines, it does recommend that these appliques be welded on as opposed to mechanically fastened, which means that they would have to go off-site and will take time and money. And because we have so many residents here expressing the challenges that they've had to deal with, I think a number of us here, probably all of us, are sympathetic to wanting to get you guys back to enjoying your balconies. And if we can take this opportunity to be proactive with the building department to advise them of this issue in an effort to prevent it from happening again, then perhaps other similar occasions will be addressed, properly. So I think we've all had a chance to discuss it, and somebody was ready to make a motion. Who was that? Was that Lindsay? Yeah.
Sorry, I just thought sometimes we don't say things, so since everyone was quiet, I thought we were done. So my apologies, didn't mean to step on any toes. I would be, again, because it'd have to be taken off-site and welded to be permanently applied. I'm listening to them talking about waterproofing, and I'm sure the money that they've already spent on this concrete restoration has been enormous. So my perspective is to make a motion that they be able to allow so contrary to staff recommendations, that they be allowed to install the railings as fabricated, as stored, as already paid for on site to maintain the uniformity. And also the most important part to me, quite frankly, is while I appreciate balconies and I know everybody wants their balcony, it's the catwalk. That's the bigger concern to me. And while that's not before us, I understand that it's from a practical standpoint, it all has to be done at the same time. And so picturing people walking by with the little orange net just kills me. So my motion would be to approve the COA for installation of the vertical aluminum picket railings as purchased and as stored, and not require the applique. That would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let me call the roll. Mr. Reed? Mr. Stewart? Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
And I noticed Ray's mic may not have been on there, but he was the second, in case you need that for the record. Got it, okay.
We hope you get back into working condition
Yeah.
soon. Your application is over, so you can proceed.
Yeah.
We'll issue the final order shortly, and you can go ahead and process your building permits.
It was removed.
Okay, but Fran, you were such a good spokesperson before. You were talking to the Historic Preservation Board, not the landscape beautification board. So yeah, but right. No, good luck.
Can
Good
I
luck
ask
with
a
that.
question totally off of this? Is that allowed or no?
Yes, we do have one more application, so.
Oh, so really quick, the building, the brick in front, is that considered historical? Like, could we
That's
paint
an
that or no?
architectural feature, so
Okay,
we would
so don't
not,
touch.
so thank you for asking the question. We would not allow painting to be done.
Understood. Thank you.
Repair can be,
Won't
but
be done.
it's a beautiful feature of the building, so
Sounds good.
keep it
Thank you.
natural. Take care. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We have one more.
Yeah. One more application. We're almost there, guys. This is HPB 230598, 125 Ocean Drive. An application has been filed requesting modifications to the roof deck areas of a penthouse level residential unit. This particular property actually has 4 buildings. 2 that front onto Ocean Drive are historic, and then there's new construction toward there's one small new construction along Ocean Drive, and then rear 7-story addition that was approved in 2008. So this particular application is limited to the 2008 construction. Specifically, the applicant is combining 2 units. And it's a unit on the 6th floor is being combined with a unit on the 7th floor. I saw the applicant is on Zoom, Mr. Tony Leon, so we'll get to him shortly. No problem. So they're combining Unit 603 with Unit 703. They're also proposing, which can be approved administratively, what they're here before you today for is exterior modifications to the roof levels of this new combined unit. A new staircase, a spiral staircase is being proposed. Several minor modifications and the introduction of shade structures at this level are also proposed. We're supportive of the application. The roof deck areas, which would be, slightly elevated above the existing roof, will be minimally, if at all, visible from Ocean Drive. They will likely be visible from the east side along the beach, but we don't believe this proposal will have any adverse impact on the historic district or the existing contributing buildings on the site, and we are recommending approval. I am available for any questions. And if not, Tony?
I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. There is some impact to the exterior of the building by way of an extension of the roof deck? Is that right?
The roof deck, and then shade structures that will be constructed on top of the roof deck.
And an exterior stair?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? No. Tony Leon, would you like to make your presentation or address the board?
I have to swear him in.
Also, Tony, you need to be sworn in. Hello?
Mr. Leon, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. Please, I know I can't see you raise your right hand, but please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony?
I'll click on the raise hand.
That's perfect. That's even better. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and now you can click and lower the hand there. Thank you. Be 10 minutes to address the board. Set the reminder at 2 minutes for you, so you'll hear a little beep.
Okay. Thanks for hanging around to the end, everyone. Let me just jump right into this. I just need a couple of minutes. It'll get a little confusing because there are 3 levels of work here. But this is a penthouse apartment that's on the south side of the building, the Ocean House. And the scope of the project here is to do a pretty extensive interior remodel of the entire 6th floor unit. And I don't know if you have the plans up that we can just kind of scroll through.
Tony, yes, they're up.
There we go. Okay. This page, that went away. I don't see the drawings.
Tony, we have them on the screen here.
Okay, okay, there we go. Okay, I see it.
See them? Okay.
Oh, I think I see what's happening. Let's see. Okay, this first page is square footages and stuff like that, so we can come back to it if there's any questions about the size of certain things. So next slide. Okay. So the scope here is to do a pretty extensive interior model of the entire 6th floor. The bottom drawing is the demolition plan, so you can see that it's pretty extensive here, and the ground floor, or let's say the bottom floor, will be renovated and will be basically all of the bedrooms, and then the 7th floor, which is a whole separate unit that we're connecting to, also a very extensive demolition. You can see it there. It's the one in the middle. We're demoing everything inside and redistributing everything, and this will be the common area level. And where the existing kitchen is, kind of right next to that east stair, we'll be opening up the slab there above and below. This will be where the connection is from the 6th to the 7th. And it'll also be where the stair continues up through to the rooftop. So go to the next slide. Okay. This just shows previous permits that were pulled and the FAR that shows that we're still below the FAR. We're only really adding a small amount of square footage. We'll go to the next slide. Okay. So you see this on the lower floor. Those are all bedrooms. The 2nd floor is a common area. And there's an area of the roof where the stairs continued up to the roof, right up onto the roof level. On the roof level, there's an addition of an enclosed stair access where there used to be an outdoor kitchen. And this addition will have a substantial glass facing south, and the stairs lead right out onto a new elevated pool deck area. Currently, the pool is elevated above the roof and the pool is accessed from the west side of the pool only. And the east side of the pool is lower at roof level. So by elevating the new pool deck on the east side to the same elevation as the pool deck on the west side, the new roof access stairs will rise higher than the roof level and come up to the elevated deck. And then there are steps down to the roof level on the east. An interesting thing here is that currently to access the pool and roof terrace from the 7th floor, it is by private access, but it's through a common elevator or through an unfinished common fire stair. And in the plan, you could sort of see, well, maybe from the demo plan, you could see that if you were going to the pool, you'd have to basically leave the unit, take a common elevator up to the roof level, and then out to the roof stairs, and then up stairs again to the small pool deck. But now with the pool and deck and access from the interior, it's all unified and cohesive. So on the roof level, the outdoor kitchen, which was where the new stairs are going, is being relocated and renovated, will include a retractable canvas awning. But just one thing to note, there is an existing canvas awning, a retractable canvas awning, and it's not much different than the one that's currently over that existing outdoor kitchen. On the rooftop, the concrete parapet railing on the west side will be moved back. New railing will be installed to gain some additional terrace area. And we'll also connect the west side of that rooftop floor to the 7th level by means of a spiral stair, which creates a connection at both ends of the common area to the unit and to the roof, and eliminate the need to use these common stairs or the common elevator, and really creates a unit that's cohesive and independent from common elements and pretty private. Finally, down on the 7th floor, the deck on the west currently stops short of the edge of the building. And we're not pushing it all the way out to the edge of the building, but just extending it out a few feet to expand the deck a bit. There's an outdoor kitchen there as well and dining area that will renovate and include a retractable awning structure there as well. And again, there was one there already, and we're just modifying it, making it a little bit larger, but not much different than what's currently there. Finish it off with a railing on the west side, and it'll be a harmonious design with the rest of the building. Won't be appreciated from below. You know, it's completely invisible, I believe, from the street level through the line of sight drawing that we provided. So that's pretty much it. This is an extensive renovation project, and I've done several penthouses in Miami Beach and at the W Hotel and at the Edition and Portofino and probably a few others I can't think of right now. But this will truly be a one-of-a-kind unit that ties all 3 floors together and makes this arguably, for me, one of the best units in all of South Beach. And I'm glad to be a part of it. That wraps it up.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We're gonna ask the board to put forward any questions they might have. We'll try to get all those questions out at once. And then Mr. Leon will ask you to respond to all of those. Okay? So who would like to start us off with questions? Anyone?
Oh, just out of curiosity, is this being built on spec or combined on spec?
Okay.
No.
Any other questions?
There is an owner, and
All right. So the answer is no. Very good.
the answer is no.
Just one other question with regard to opening up the slab to allow for the new stair. Maybe you've done this before in other penthouse projects, but can you talk about the structural implications of opening up a slab in a building like this?
David Rogers, a very experienced structural engineer who has done this as well in other projects, has taken on this task, and he wouldn't have taken it on if he didn't think that it was possible. We have studied the structural plans of the building, and it's never easy. There's always some challenges and some reinforcing and things that have to happen, but it's certainly doable. And I think David Rogers is the right guy to take something on like this. So yes, we've looked at it and we know it's possible.
Okay, very good. We're gonna see if there are any disclosures to be made and move on to any public comment.
Okay, no disclosures. Any members of the public wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay, then we'll move on to board member comment. Are there any comments from the board? No, 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 no. Okay, would anybody care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve with staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Mr. Reed? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart? Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, it's approved. Congratulations, Tony.
Fantastic. Thank you, board.
Thank
See you at the next one.
That's all. That concludes our regular agenda. I do have one update for the board. As of, I guess I was notified late on Friday. As some of you may know, the state legislative session has begun up in Tallahassee. And on Friday afternoon, I was made aware that Senate Bill 1526 has been filed. This is entitled the Resiliency and Safe Structures Act. Essentially, this is a repeat of the bill that was filed last legislative session regarding the demolition of buildings within certain flood zones or buildings that have an unsafe structures violation. As currently drafted, what this bill would do would be to preempt local government from A, reviewing that demolition, and B, from reviewing replacement construction for whatever would be put on the site. It would also preempt the board's authority to require the reconstruction of a previously existing contributing building. The city has been aware that this was a very likely possibility, and as predicted, this bill has been filed, so we had begun lobbying well before the filing of this bill, really since last year. We have administrative staff in the city working with the city manager. We have lobbyist consultants that are working on this. We also have several commissioners. I can tell you that Commissioner Alex Fernandez has been front and center and has really been working on opposing this legislation, or at the very least modifying this legislation so that it would not negatively impact Miami Beach's historic districts. We continue to work. I know the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, and several of the other historic coastal communities within Florida are also aware of this and are, keeping a very close eye on this. I've been in several meetings with other organizations who are concerned about this, and we as a city plan to continue to oppose this bill as drafted.
Do you have any sense of what the arguments opposing it, what the strongest arguments are? that we have now?
I mean, I think we have, a significant amount of not only cultural and historic value arguments that is really, historic preservation. The National Historic Preservation Act was enacted as part of the health, safety, and welfare of the American people. And historic preservation is seen as an essential component to that. I think we also have a very strong economic argument to oppose this in terms of the extreme success that Miami Beach has seen in terms of its economy. And we owe a lot of that to our historic districts. But I know there's, other communities, St. Augustine, Coral Gables, that also, has received a significant amount of economic benefit from their historic districts.
And they aren't exempted ultimately from this?
Currently, as drafted, there are no exemptions. I should mention Key West as well. Key West has the largest National Register district in the state. Currently, the only exemptions provided for are structures that are individually listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The city of Miami Beach has 10 individually listed structures on the National Register, but we have 4 National Register historic districts with, well over 1,500 buildings. So those particular properties, because they're not individually listed, would not be exempt. The 10 that are listed, that includes the Fontainebleau Hotel, that includes the Venetian Causeway, that includes the Jewish Museum south of 5th Street, that includes the band shell.
So many of which are institutions and commercial
Correct.
buildings that are public institutions.
Correct. I don't believe the Helen Mar is individually listed. It is a contributing building as part of the architectural district. So, I would just say if anyone is concerned about this, or, obviously we could, we anticipate this moving further along in the session. I will keep you updated as to the progress, and I can also provide you any, links. You're welcome to visit Tallahassee and attend the sessions, but I can also provide you links if anyone has any questions. If anyone in the public is listening, you have a state representative, you also have a state senator, and that would be important people to reach out to.
Who are our state senators and state representatives?
Our
Just for
senator for
edification.
Miami Beach is Shervin Jones, and our representative, I wish Nick was here. I can't remember her name. Basabe? I think Mr.
I
Basabe
think
is our
Fabian Basabe
representative.
would be our rep, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. And I apologize, I have all these names in my head from last year, but
Well, thank you for bringing this up. And I think that it's nice to hear that there's a growing alliance of historic coastal communities who are going to be impacted by this. I suspect that many of those have historic preservation boards or the like. And perhaps it would be a good opportunity for us to be proactive in some way and reach out to those historic preservation boards in an effort to bring awareness to the issue that affects so many of us Floridians, and encourage the public to reach out to their state representatives and state senators in a very public way. I mean, there's no reason for us to be shy about this, and there's no reason for us to wait to hear how detrimental the legislation will be. We know this is going to be an issue that's going to impact us, and I don't know, I'm open to your ideas, but I think that we should do something proactive. Perhaps we need to draft something, perhaps we need to engage the media. What do you guys think?
But I think that the time is a factor now. I mean, this is something that's a bill and it needs immediate opposition, and Debbie explained some of the good reasons for opposing it. And I personally think also it's an ethical issue that local communities ought to be able to regulate their own land use. It's our communities, and I think preempting communities from land use decisions is reminiscent of like communist China, where the upper level decide all the micromanage decisions in the communities. And so every time I hear about Tallahassee taking away local land use review and decision-making, it really makes me sick to the stomach, because it's important for local communities to be able to govern their own land use.
I mean, I tend to agree, and sorry, John, I didn't mean to cut you off. I tend to agree. I mean, bigger than the historic preservation aspect of it to me is the removal of the home rule. The fact that, Florida's Constitution does provide certain things that we can rule, and for them to preempt us and take that away from the local governments who, I think are the best positioned, as evidenced by 5 minutes ago when we had, or 10 minutes ago when we had Fran sitting here, who's known Ray sitting on this board for the last 20 years. I mean, we're a relatively small community with a very large percentage of these buildings that are worth protecting, but we are a small community, and sometimes we were joking up here earlier how small it is, and Tallahassee is removed from that and may not see that and may not understand that. So I think it's important for us to make it very clear, that we do have a vested interest in preserving not only our historic assets, but also our community as a whole. And to take that away, I think, is just wrong.
So, okay.
Sorry. We're getting bombarded with a lot of things, which may not have to do with just us. Look, gambling in Miami Beach, and the fact that might get crammed down our throats. So we have to be proactive all the way around as a community about what's going on.
Debbie, just for the benefit of everybody listening, can you describe just in a little bit more, very clearly, what would happen once this law, if it's enacted as it's written now, what would happen to this board, and what would happen to we used very general terms to describe, or kind of jargony terms, but like what would happen to a building, or what would happen to our community and this board and this, in your perspective, if this were to, just how would the processes change for a neighborhood? Like, we know that we have many people in our neighborhoods who enjoy the benefits of living in a historic district and a historic building. How would this change, in a practical example way, what would this change?
So just for an example, earlier today, the home on Atlantic Way would not have needed to come before this board for the demolition, would also not have needed to come to this board for the replacement construction. And, I think that's a great example, because I think that's an example where the board was extremely thoughtful. The applicant was open to our suggestions. Ultimately, they stated on the record they feel like they have a better project, probably a more valuable project. We also were able to listen to the concerns of the neighbor, and hopefully alleviate some of those concerns. So that is just one example of today that would not have required any of this public process.
On that example, would they have been able potentially to purchase the lot next to them and bring those two together to build a larger property?
That would be a zoning regulation that would still be.
It
would still be enforced.
Got it.
The broader implication, as the bill is currently drafted, states that any building within a flood zone, including the AE and AO flood zones, 98% of Miami Beach is in the AE flood zone. It's 98% of our entire city. Any building within the AE, but other communities with AO would be affected too, that's within a half a mile from the coastline, as is currently drafted, would be allowed to be demolished, regardless if it was built in 1905 or 2005.
Could you?
Also, and then in addition to that, any building that has an unsafe structures violation would be allowed to be demolished. And the demolition would occur at an administrative building code only review. And then the replacement construction would be reviewed at an administrative level in accordance with the zoning regulations.
So arguably that could encourage demolition by neglect for the unsafe structures.
It is our opinion that it will encourage demolition by neglect, which obviously creates all sorts of problems for our city, including the police department, the fire department, code compliance, also puts people's lives at risk when you have lots of vacant buildings or derelict
Look at the Barclay
buildings.
right now. There's an example.
Would there be any, would the design review board be impacted by this, in your opinion?
The design review board may be impacted with this in terms of their review of replacement construction. Right now, the design review board does not review demolition, but they may be preempted from the replacement construction review.
Thank you. I think hearing those like specific.
What about the Versailles Hotel that we just looked at that case as well? I'm just curious how that could have been different.
So,
Or
I
not.
mean, that's an oceanfront property. In a National Register district, I will say, that is a contributing building in a National Register district. It is not individually designated. So that particular property has their vested approvals, very hopeful and encouraged that that project's moving forward. However, if they decided to abandon and go under this resiliency and safe structures law, if adopted, then they could just demolish the existing Versailles and propose whatever they wanted. And meeting the zoning regulations, of course, which deal with FAR and height and setbacks. But the replacement construction could not be predicated on Historic Preservation Board review.
So I don't know what you guys think, but people need to be aware of this. And I think that last year there was an effort to make it public, and it was a last-minute scramble, and it was effective in diffusing it. But not knowing what the next couple months will look like, I don't know. I still wonder, what can we do to raise awareness, and how can we join forces with other communities like ours, coastal historic communities that are confronting the same threat?
I have a suggestion. I mean, just the same as we do letters to the commission, I think can we do a letter to our state rep and our state senator on our behalf, that we as a board, as representatives for historic preservation in our community, that we ask them to oppose it, that we want to retain local land use control. So
I think that's a great idea, but I think also we should take it a little bit further too. I mean, I think that there's value in perhaps, writing an op-ed if that's something that, subject to, everybody wanting to participate and kind of enumerating the cases that we just went over that would not have been saved, and, buildings that would not exist today, under the auspices of this board and under the good actions of this board. So I actually think we should take it a little step further. I think there's an organizational component that we should definitely, a lobbying component that should definitely go on. I think there's also an advocacy component that's very important, and that we reach out to all of the civic and thought leaders in this community on.
But I also like Rick's idea of reaching out, and I don't want to overstep our bounds, so I'm willing for anyone to step in to say you can or can't do this as a board, but you can do this as an individual. but reaching out to, I'll call our brother and sister boards, any other, I mean, I know that Fort Lauderdale has one. I'm sure there are others. I just happened to have watched a Fort Lauderdale one not too long ago, Historic Preservation Board. I have to imagine the other communities have those, and reach out to them and see what they're doing amongst, in their community, and if they would be willing. I mean, I think speaking out from all the voices like rise together, right? So that would be something that I would be open to. If that's within the bounds and we're not going to get our hands slapped.
Well, right, exactly. It would be a question, maybe there's an organization of preservation officers for the state of Florida that could be part of this, but also, it's a family of developers, of lawyers, there are a lot of us involved in this process, and it's not just they're volunteer board members like us, but we're part of a much larger community. It would be interesting, I think, along Rick's idea to kind of identify just the scale of the scale of those who are actively interested in preservation. Talking to. I don't know how one does that. I don't know whether we do it as a board, whether we do it individually, whether the city could be advised to kind of connect to the legal teams, the professional teams that work with the city on, not just on advocating, but work with them every day on historic preservation, like many of the lawyers that we see here might be interested in this.
Yeah, and we certainly did that last year. We're doing that again this year as an administration, As individual board members, you are absolutely welcome to reach out to people. And express, your concern and obtain information from these other organizations as to their strategy or who they're talking to. We did have last year several developers who, speak out against this and actually write in opposition to this, which, is very heartening because, this is not an easy peasy, I can do anything I want city. We have very high standards here. And, but there are developers that understand the value of this. There are attorneys that understand the value of what we do as a city. And I think the more interested parties, the better in terms of, we know, how the historic preservation community is feeling about this, but there are other sectors, even our business sector, our tourism sector, that would be concerned about this.
So what is the time frame? How does this, it's got to go through committees at the
Correct.
legislature before it's voted on? Because I'm thinking if we're considering communicating with other historic preservation boards, with our state rep and state senator, perhaps the next meeting in February, we could have a draft letter that we can consider and vote on or modify to send to our representatives and to the other communities. Maybe one letter that would work to all of them. And so long as it fits within the time schedule that we're operating in. But I think next month would work. No, well, and as far as Ray just asked me who would draft it, I think any of us should feel free to write something and send it to our staff, and our staff can put something together, and then at our next meeting, we can look at one or more versions of a letter, and that we would consider to be clear as to what our position is and why, and to let our our representatives in Tallahassee know that it's not only us that has our eyes on what they're doing there, but we're also calling all the communities that with historic preservation concerns to know that we've addressed them specifically to stand up for us.
And do you think that would it be feasible for you guys to provide us with a list of, as much contact information as possible in the major historic cities in Florida?
Yes, in Florida, we have a certified local government program. I think there's close to 100 maybe in the state of Florida. I'm part of that group. City of Miami Beach is a certified local government. And so I do have contact information for all of the CLGs. We are in contact, primarily, town of Palm Beach, Key West.
Sarasota, perhaps?
Sarasota, St. Augustine. But there are hundreds of other ones. There's very small communities, actually, that are concerned about this. So I think I can certainly provide that list to board members, and we can keep collaborating, either as if you want to individually reach out, but certainly the planning department, the city manager's office, the city commission is also being proactive on this.
I just had a quick question. This may have gotten lost in the explanation. Is this bill functionally identical to the one that was introduced last year, or are there changes? Has anybody, I have not looked at them to compare them. I'm just curious.
Yeah, the bill last year went through many changes from the beginning until the end of the session. This bill currently is most similar to the initial bill that was proposed. Yeah. So there's, no positive changes.
And since, we obviously can't talk to each other outside of our board meetings, and I was going to ask you about the planning department in the city. Do you coordinate planning with commission, with the city attorney?
Yeah.
Like, are you guys
We
all?
work with the city manager's office,
Yeah.
who, Marcia Montserrat is really the chief of all things legislation, state, our lobbyist. She does an incredible amount of work. As Mr. Breslin said, this is not the only one this year.
Yeah.
This has been identified as a priority, as several other bills have been. And so we do coordinate through the manager's office, through Marcia specifically. And, she is kind of our conduit as well for the city commission and their efforts.
Is there a way to get the text going? The practical nature of putting together the language. Is there a letter perhaps from last year that might serve as a kind of basis, and then we can bring our, kind of unique points to it, like the collective interest of, coastal historic communities and that are actively working to manage development with preservation, including the challenges of resiliency.
Yeah, and the mayor and commission last year passed a resolution. What I can do is I can send you the background from last year. I can send you the city's certain talking points that might be helpful. And you're also welcome to reach out to me individually with any questions, or if you need some specific information. This is a priority.
That would be great. And then perhaps if anybody wants to chime in or have bullet points that you think should be included, we send it to Debbie rather than to each other. And
Correct.
Would that be
Yes.
okay? And then at next month's meeting, we can look at that together and take a little time to edit it, refine it, and sign up for it. And at that point, we'll already know who we're going to be addressing this to, including people in the local community, whether they're attorneys or developers or others. So maybe if each of us have ideas about specific people that we should share this with, we can bring that to the table too. So we can kind of define the content and who this is going to be addressed to, including people around the state. I think that would be nice and proactive on our part. And legal, right? Okay.
Yes.
Is it possible there might be people in the public who'd want to speak about this? Like who were watching us, that they might want
I
to?
believe, I know last year when Commissioner Fernandez spearheaded going up to Tallahassee to address everyone, Daniel Serraldo went also and was very vocal and gave updates every day and notified it. Also, just expanding on some of the things that the commission has done to be proactive, we did have a workshop a couple of months ago with two of the commissioners, Laura Dominguez and Alex Fernandez, discussing with Marcia and the outside lobbyists up in Tallahassee on trying to get a game plan together, which did incorporate some of the things that you have mentioned today, including reaching out to Coral Gables, St. Augustine's, Key West, Sarasota. Those were all mentioned to put on a unified front, basically addressing the focal issue of preempting local governments from controlling their local historic districts.
But I think if it's an agenda item for next meeting, that I thought your point was that there could be public, like, there's nobody even knew we were going to talk about this.
No,
but-
I'm asking because somebody sent me a text.
they did?
And saying that waiting until February
Well,
to
if
have a
there's
letter
someone,
for us might
are
be.
they on Zoom? I see Mitch Novick.
Yeah, it's not from Mitch.
Christina Magdaleno and Ashley, no, Mitch has his hand up.
No,
Nope,
but-
he took it down.
no, but he didn't text
And
me, but
Ashley
he could go
Moline
ahead and
is
speak for
on.
sure.
Those are, that's all I see on the Zoom.
Okay.
There's three
But
people.
certainly, you can publish it as a discussion item.
Yes. We have a couple
If that's
other
the question.
discussion items next month, so,
But typically, things in Tallahassee aren't passed in January, right? I mean, they have to
Correct.
go through the one committee to the next, so.
Correct. This will be
So this
multiple
person's
months.
concerned that waiting until February to approve a letter for our advocacy might be too late. I mean, it's too
that's-
bad, we just meet once a month.
yeah,
right?
and
We're not
I
gonna-
don't think, that would be too late. Again, the city has already been working on this. So it's not, we're not waiting for the Historic Preservation Board. You expressed your opinion last year. You did issue a recommendation. And so we are not waiting for that, but, any additional, guidance to the community is helpful, and we can certainly, discuss this again next month. And we'll put it on the agenda, posted online, so people will know, and we're happy to hear from the public at that time as well.
Is there a way to do the discussion at the beginning of the meeting, so it's a bit more time certain, so that
We could.
members of the public?
I could, if the board would like, I could put
that would be
that
great.
at the beginning of the meeting. That one,
we have
we'll
a
leave
heavy-
the other discussion items probably for the end, but we can put that one first.
I mean, we've done this before. Do we have a heavy agenda that we plan on next month?
6 applications, I don't think anything too complicated, though.
Is there a way to advertise this discussion item in another way than, because it's hard for most people to find our agendas, maybe a flag or something on the city's website, like if you're interested in
I can look
discussing this?
into that.
Or even in the, the weekly, or the weekly emails that we get, I want to say, from the.
The constant contact
Yeah, like
updates,
those.
yes, that can be
That
done.
would be kind of
Yeah.
helpful, I think.
Yeah.
Because then we can kind of create, to John's point, like a sense of urgency around it. Then
Right.
people come to the meeting, they express.
It'll be a listening session for us to hear
Right,
the
and then we
public,
can
but it will
act.
also be on record, because it would be part of this meeting.
And
Well,
I'm
I
sure other
think-
people are already very much involved on this. We probably are not
Yeah,
aware
I mean,
of
one
all of
the-
their efforts
right,
as well.
one of the
so.
interesting things that came about last year was that a lot of people who aren't in our orbit had no idea about this. It was not until the Miami Herald article came out where it was just night and day in terms of the people that were speaking out against this. And, by the time the Miami Herald article came out, thank God it did, but we were already almost at the finish line
Right.
with this.
So is Andres Vigliucci and
He
the Herald?
he wrote the article.
Can we as a board just kind of like reach out to him and just
You
say?
can absolutely reach
could-
out to him.
I personally could, but could we as a board, or is that just to let him know that this discussion item's coming up?
I mean, I can do that on your behalf
Okay,
if
that
you
would be,
want.
I think that would be great,
Okay.
just to get that to him, because maybe he'll put out an article about this coming up again before our next meeting, which would be helpful.
I have a question. From a sunshine perspective, Mr. Rothstein, I know we're not allowed to discuss outside of the confines of this boardroom the things that are going to come before us for a vote, but is something like this something that we couldn't talk of?
You shouldn't talk to each other directly. It should be through the board or through the
Okay.
chair.
Okay, thanks.
I might just call everyone's attention to a very good article from July of last year written by Sarah Bronin. She is on the advisory council. I think it's called the Historic Preservation Advisory Council. Could be wrong about that. She and Rick Gonzalez from West Palm Beach, who's also, I believe, on the advisory council, coming out and speaking, advocating for our historic preservation communities in light of this legislation. And it's interesting because they were each appointed by presidents, right? Bronin by Biden and Rick Gonzalez by Trump. And so just want to make the point that this is something that cuts through political lines and is something that I think all Floridians, or many Floridians with an interest in the character of our coastal historic neighborhoods, have an interest in. So that might be, I'll see, maybe I can share that with you and then you distribute it to the others.
I would encourage anybody who personally wants to get involved to, I guess, contact Debbie, contact Commissioner Fernandez, anybody who is.
And MDPL.
And
who
MDPL.
Has done did an incredible job.
Anybody who's going to be involved in lobbying in Tallahassee and say, hey, I'd like to join the team.
And
I
I
bet
think
they'd
Daniel,
welcome you along.
Daniel, I believe, is actively doing it right now, I was told.
Correct.
So
Daniel
I'm sure he'll have
and
something to
MDPL
report to
have
us
been at
next
every meeting I've attended. They've been in Tallahassee. They will continue to be. They really did a lot of research. They're meeting individually with the representatives and the senators, which is really, it's tremendous effort on their behalf because, it's hard for city staff to be up in Tallahassee. And it's, of course, I would be more than happy to go if I was requested to. But, it's really a job that the city can't do alone. So we value our partners very much. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I bet there would be value if you went, even if it was by Zoom, or if there was an opportunity. So maybe it could be a decision of this board that we would ask the city commission to involve staff, historic preservation in our lobbying and opposition. So that could be one of our board's letters to the letter to the commission. Please use our
And
HB.
I myself and the planning director are more than happy to do whatever we're asked to do. And I know I can speak for the planning director. He feels very strongly about this issue, and it's a priority for him as well. So we are available to receive any direction from the city manager or from the mayor and commission.
And I just want to say that this is, I'm sorry, I was only going to add to this that this is, while this is coastal now, it's not, we really should try to find allies in non-coastal cities as well, because they will be, it will, that line will, resilience doesn't just exist in coastal cities.
So if I can make a motion that we have a letter to the commission that they will involve the HPB and planning staff as much as possible in lobbying and advocacy against this this anti-home rule bill. SPP, okay, the specific.
And we, just to make it clear, we are very integrated into this effort. The commission is, they rely on the planning department for a good amount of information. The city manager does as well. So I do believe they know the importance of this board and of staff to support their efforts.
But I imagine that the delivery of the message to a committee or legislators up in Tallahassee coming from an advocacy group like, like MDPL, would have a different delivery than from the historic preservation official in the city of Miami Beach saying this is a threat where we're not going to be able to preserve a big part of our historic neighborhoods anymore because they're in flood zones. I think it would be one thing, the message coming from a preservation advocacy organization, another from a city staff that have been working in this field for years. So I don't know if you need, I hear that they probably hear you in the city manager's office and they could involve you to the extent that they want. But as far as, I think it would be helpful for us to make a statement as a board.
We're very much
That's why I
involved.
made the motion, that as a board, that we make the statement that we want you guys involved.
We're very much
Oh,
involved.
okay, but you
Yes.
said also I would go to Tallahassee and that's
Well,
what
there's-
got me.
there's a lobbying strategy, and I think Stuart, I appreciate your vote of confidence. You have too much confidence that I would change anyone's mind. I would certainly try. I certainly do try. But, I think with our elected officials, that sends a very strong message, and, with our elected officials really being involved as well. But yeah, the fight will continue, and we're hoping for, positive outcomes. And we'll bring this back in
for
February.
that matter,
So
on
then
the
are we
fight-
gonna
on
do
the fight
anything?
will continue. I think that there should be, like, from a marketing point of view, it would be helpful to kind of understand, like, a very tight, kind of clean, like, slogan or talking points that I think kind of cuts to the very issue of this bill. And because oftentimes we talk about this, but it gets lost in translation. It gets, like you said, it gets lost in the ether. People don't quite understand what's going on. I think that the communications element of this is very important. And it's obviously beyond my pay grade, but like somebody has to come up with something that is very compelling and that can be a rallying cry for all of those of us around here, as well as, all the other groups around the state.
Okay,
So I would
here's-
just pass that along as well.
Yes, and we have an incredibly competent communications department, some of which the staff is here today. They do an amazing job at that. They would likely need direction from either the manager or the city commission to go forward with that, but that's a good recommendation that you could make.
Here's a slogan, Brian, like, don't make historic preservation history. Don't turn historic preservation into history. It's a good start, exactly. But that's essentially what we're facing, that historic preservation could become a matter of fact of history if we can't.
I'll give you the name of the article by these two
I have
members.
it
of
right
the-
here.
Yep. Florida historic buildings bolster tourism and quality of life. Why demolish them? I don't know if that's what we're looking for, but I think that's the right idea. I'm gonna just email it to Debbie.
It's in Palm Beach Post.
The quality of people that come here. I mean, you have to have something that makes people come here.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this was a good thing for us to do.
Very good discussion, and we'll
Is
bring
that our
it
last
back.
item?
That's all I have, yes, so motion to
Do
adjourn.
we have a second?
Second.
All right. Arrivederci.